morning, good evening, good afternoon. Today we're going to be playing I'm Making a Monster. We're going to play Quality Dreams, Reasonably Priced, and we're going to be playing Love Limit. Now, Quality Dreams, Reasonably Priced is a full release game. I don't have it, so I'm playing the demo. And I'm Making a Monster is going to be a preview. I got a key for the demo, and that's what we're going to be playing today. And Love Limit is a free game. We'll be playing that at the end because it's a full game. Right, so let's go and take a look. This is the starting page for I'm Making a Monster. Let's take a look at the content warnings. Off-screen death mentions self-neglect, using distractions to run from issues. Ah, fantastic. Um, yeah. So apparently it's a prologue. It's about 10 to 20 minutes. You can do different options to kind of stretch it out. So let's see what we get the first time and what decisions we will change. Ooh, what's this? Ophir Sonnet? Ophir Sonnet goes for a walk. They like walks in the park. They don't want anyone to talk to them. Their hair gets wet from the rain. Ophir hadn't realized it was raining. He kept walking anyways. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. Alright. Yeah, let's stay with the day. Let's stay with the day then. So bits. The year leading up to it was much like any other. The moments loop in Ophir's mind, ceaseless and rough as river rapids. If they had known. Ophir is at the beach, regarding the spot Delaney claimed while she grabbed snacks. They'll move an inch, she said. Ophir considers the blowing sands lifted by the chilly breeze coming off the water, then looks up to the clear sky. They wish they'd brought a book. They shiver slightly. Summer wasn't supposed to be so cold. Go after Delaney or wait? Wait, she said not to move. Ophir lies back and closes their eyes. Why not let themselves be pampered for once? Could they have shared more time together? Ophir reclines against the park bench. Delaney left to use the bathroom, and Ophir's been conjuring small flames above their fingers to pass the time and keep the autumn chill at bay. The bench is hard and its seat awkwardly angled. Ophir shifts uncomfortably. They notice some movements in the corner of their eye and turn to see a sausage vendor. A sign proclaims a sale of homemade apple cider. Get apple cider? Ophir gets up and stretches their arms up, loosening the stiffness inflicted by the bench. Delaney probably likes apple cider, but really, any excuse to leave the bench is a good one. The line of the cart is short. After a few minutes, Ophir returns to the bench holding two steaming paper cups. Delaney is back and is standing rather than confronting the bench. Ophir smiles and hurries over. Could they have stopped it? Is Delaney gonna die? Is this what we're starting with? Is this the off-screen death? It's New Year's Eve, and Ophir is at Abella's. They're chatting with Max about their new job. Corey comes by with champagne flutes. I don't know what Delaney's doing in the kitchen, but she said not to disturb her. She said to disturb her at your peril. Max laughs and takes a proffered glass. We'll need to take a look then. Agree with Max and storm the kitchen. Leave Delaney to her devices. She said not to disturb her. I don't know. Last time I pushed her, she made good on the threat. What happened? Max asked, eyes wide. Ophir looks away sheepishly. I don't want to talk about it. Max turns to face the others. Abella? If Ophir doesn't want to talk about it, then you won't hear it from me. Corey? I'm so glad you asked. You see, Corey. Abella groans. Come on. It wasn't that bad. You don't really mind, do you, Ophir? Corey can tell the story, I guess. Ophir sighs dramatically. I suppose you can tell it. Excellent, Max exclaims. Corey clears his throat and waves his hands dramatically. It all started one cold winter night. The sun was gone, but the sky shone from the streetlights, reflecting off the snow. Ophir, Delaney, and I were on our way to. Maybe you could get to the short version? Abella asked. Corey shoots her a glare. You're no fun, but I suppose a bard must abide by their audience's desires. This happened the year you were abroad, Max. It was Abella's birthday, so we took her out to this nice restaurant. Delaney went off to craft a surprise gift and asked not to be disturbed. Ophir went to check on her, blundered in, and tipped over Delaney's potion. They had not blundered it. Oh, come on, I didn't blunder it. She'd set up right next to the door, Ophir protested. Regardless, the cauldron was tipped, continues Corey. The whole of the employee bathroom where Delaney'd been working was stained chartreuse? The restaurant was not pleased, never mind Delaney. In the end, Abella got her gift a week late, and Ophir was stuck destaining the bathroom for almost a month. A grin breaks over Max's face. That's great. I can't believe you never told me about this. Well, I imagine it was not a good time for me. Hear an embarrassing story. Oh boy. Ophir sighs good naturedly. Well, now you know. A thoughtful look passes across Max's face. So what you're saying is that Delaney is probably working on a potion now? Corey laughs. She often is. But this time, we won't be bothering her. Abella meets each of her guests' eyes one by one. Because if my kitchen is stained chartreuse, you're going to have more to worry about than Delaney. Max puts a hand on her chest. You have my word. And mine too, Ophir says with a smile. Is everything inevitable? Maybe. There are fresh tulips on the windowsill. Delaney brought them over. She said they were the first blooms of the year. She left a few minutes ago, and Ophir's cleaning up the dishes from their shared lunch. They had argued, or they had bickered. Let's go with argued. They had argued over the components of a new spell, and Delaney had said something very hurtful. The flowers and lunch were an apology. The room feels emptier now that she's gone. She just left, so finish your chores? Ophir refocuses on the dishes. They can call Delaney later. But later never comes. Ophir won't speak to Delaney again. A month passes. There are many monsters in our stories. Some come from folklore and seek to tempt, harm, or devour. Others come from history. They have already tempted, harmed, and devoured. Monster stories harm. Harm? The wounds monsters inflict are deep and slow to heal. Oh. No, here we go. Inflict the wounds monsters inflict are deep and slow to heal. They are often too easy to ignore despite how their edges fester and rot. We were tempted, we are harmed, we will be devoured. All monsters leave scars upon us, though the scars themselves vary. And these scars sometimes birth their own monsters. Monsters born of our skin, of our pain, of our isolation. Scars? There are many monsters in our stories, but isolation. Scars are raw or scabbed or healed somewhat independent of time. Depth has more to do with it than freshness. The scars that run deep can cut more than anyone might realize. Ophir's sonnet has a raw and angry scar. It itches and bleeds their soul. No matter how they howl, it will not cease its scratching. Then one day, Ophir has been shut in their room for a month. They have not eaten a proper meal in more than a week. They have only drunk water under extreme duress. Today, Ophir opens the door to their room of their own volition, a rare occurrence their friends will be equally excited and nervous about, and stumbles from its dark depths with a dehydrated wobble to their step. Fumbling for some scrap paper and tearing off the lid to a pen, Ophir drops onto a stool and begins to sketch. Fur and ink splatter onto the page, on page after page in unsteady strokes. Hours later. After hours, during which friends come over and final fear, are relieved to see them out of their room, and then distraught again to final fear unable to tear themselves from work, Ophir holds up a final page of formulas and diagrams. Exclaim in triumph. Yes, they say. It can be done. Ophir almost bounces up from the stool, but they lack the energy or coordination. Instead, they settle for lifting the page up, beaming at their work. What can be done? Ophir jumps to the sound, almost falling over in the process. They had not noticed that a friend had crept up in their kitchen while they worked. Abella leans out from the doorway, mixing bowl in hand, trying to hide her worry behind a smile. Ophir does not try to hide their rising excitement. Oh, Abella, they say, I'm going to make something unlike anything I've ever made before. Abella continues stirring, waiting. She has played this game before. Make something beautiful, make something horrific, make something redemptive, make something reprehensible. Something beautiful? I'm making, Ophir continues, something beautiful. Bella raises an eyebrow. Tell her the truth. I'm making a monster. Are we are we going to bring back the lady? Is that what we're doing? We hope you enjoy this prologue to I'm Making a Monster. Please leave a review letting us know what you think. Wish listing helps us gain visibility and sends you a notification once the game launches. We are a two-person team. Help feed our dogs. They're cute. Okay, wait. Restart. Um, I'm gonna try talking to Delaney more. Maybe she talks. We get to know more about her or them. The year leading up to it was much like any other. The moments loop in Ophir's mind, ceaseless and rough as river rapids. Oh. Finish the prologue. Talk to Delaney as well as you can. If they had known. Go after Delaney. Ophir sets down their hat and throws some cheap sunglasses on top of it, hoping the combined weight won't be blown away. They take a second to admire their handiwork, then set off after Delaney. 2 minutes and 200 meters later, she raises. Ophir spots Delaney in a long ice cream line. She's balancing a melting slushie on a pizza box. She raises an eyebrow when she sees Ophir but still smiles. Some spot guard you are. Next time you can do all the fetching and I'll take the easy job. Ophir smiles and picks up their pace to reach her. Snark back. But they'd been so lonely. Second one? But I was so lonely. I just couldn't bear another moment without you. Ophir bats her eyelashes dramatically. Delaney rolls her eyes. If you talk like that, of course I'm going to cave. Ophir smiles. It's not my fault that you're predictable. Delaney narrows her eyes. You're pushing at Sonnet. My bad, my bad. You are wonderful, and I wanted to experience the loveliness of waiting in line for food alongside you. She grins. That's more like it. She glances at the food in her hands. While you're here waiting with me, you might as well help carry this. She hands out the food and Ophir laughs. I suppose this is my deserved punishment. Could they have spent more time together? What happens if I keep waiting? Ophir doesn't really like apple cider and can't remember Delaney's opinion on it. Getting up for something no one wants is an unnecessary hassle. After some time, Delaney returns. Shall we? She asks. Ophir leans back on the terrible bench. I'm not sure. I was just figuring out the ideal position to not be incredibly uncomfortable on this demonic piece of wood. Delaney smiles. I'll leave you to it then. Or, she asks. Or you could help me exorcise a demon and we could trap and study them. You've got my attention. What do we need for an exorcism? Exorcism time, sort of. The two begin an intense but leisurely walk and talk speculatingly on demons, exorcism, and summoning circles. I don't think we need to give up just because there aren't any recorded sightings of demons. Or any proof of their existence, Delaney laughs. All the more glory for us once we catch this one. Many plans are formed, but alas, nothing comes of them. The sun begins to set and goodbyes are made. We'll get them next time, Delaney promises. Could they have stopped it? It's New Year's Eve, and Ophir is at Abella's. They're chatting with Max about their new job. No. Agree with Max and storm the kitchen. Ophir grins. Absolutely. Max begins to run for the kitchen. Sneak over instead. Oh. Sneak over instead? Wait, we need to maintain the element of surprise if we don't want to be cursed. Max pauses. Good point. As they approach, Ophir notices a distortion around the doorway. She's warded it. Can you break it? If it's warded, maybe this is for some is more serious than you thought. Yes. What do you take me for? Get me a candle in 5 minutes time and this word is gone. On it, Max gives a mock salute and runs off. 5 minutes and one candle later. The kitchen door unlocks with a soft pop. Ophir and Max look at each other before Max grins and pushes it open. Delaney is standing in the middle of the room, hands covered in glitter, raising an unimpressed eyebrow. Why am I not surprised? Ophir laughs. You were goading Max. I just came to help with the wards. She smiles back. Maybe I was. Max is over by the cauldron and a billow stove. What is it? Then I notice a smell. Ophir takes a deep breath, scenting berries and ozone. You didn't? You didn't. I did, she says, and since you barged in, neither of you are getting any. It's a memory spell, Ophir explains to Max, who hadn't studied potions. One of friendship. It reminds of good times now past and solidifies the night you drink for you to cherish. It's a lot of work. That's so sweet, Delaney. Too bad you both won't be partaking of it then, she sniffs. But Ophir is still smiling. They know that this time Delaney doesn't mean it. One candle wax cleanup later. Infiltrate the kitchen. Memories long remembered. Ophir was right. Delaney begrudgingly shares her potion. What follows is a night of reminiscence and wonder. It's a night that will stay with all of them for a very long time. Is everything inevitable? There's fresh tulips on the windowsill. Delaney brought them over. She said they were the first blooms of the year. She left a few minutes ago, and Ophir is cleaning up the dishes from their shared lunch. They had bickered. They had bickered amicably over lunch. Delaney pestering Ophir about their love of bad movies, and Ophir calling out her love of other equally bad movies. The room feels emptier now that she's gone. Caller? Ophir picks up the phone and rings Delaney. She picks up after a few seconds longer than usual. This feels a lot sadder. This is the sadder route. Sorry, I couldn't find my headphones. What's up? I was just thinking of you. I wanted to chat a bit longer. She laughs. You're seeing me on Thursday. The two chat for the rest of her trip home. They discuss an album release, a controversial new toy line, and the merits of different flowers and strength increasing potions. But Thursday never comes. Ophir won't see Delaney again. There are many monsters in our stories. Some come from folklore and seek to tempt, harm, or devour. Others come from history. They've already tempted, harmed, and devoured. Can I? Is it this? No. Is it this? No. Fuck. Alright. Mm, monsters? And some monsters come from us. We shape them through our words and by our actions. We give them their truth, their name, and they rise for us, to tempt and harm and devour. All monsters leave scars upon us, though the scars themselves vary, and these scars sometimes birth their own monsters. Monsters born of our skin, of our pain, of our isolations. Monsters? Monsters are cruel, but not always cruel intentioned. This is not listen the shadow they cast over the world. They cut us and leave us to bleed. A fierce sonnet has a raw and angry scar. It itches and bleeds their soul. No matter how they howl, it will not cease its scratching. Then one day, hours later, what happens if they wallow in despair? No, they say. I'm not certain it can be done. A fierce slumps on their stool, resting their forehead against the desk. What can't be done? I'm trying to make something unlike anything I've made before. Hmm. I'm pretty sure it's Delaney they're trying to revive through this. Maybe something reprehensible? What happens if I pick that? I'm making a monster. Okay, you still get the same ending. Keep close. Talk to Delaney as much as you can. Alright. I guess it's kind of sets up how much you regret not having spent time with them before you do this experiment. Alright, let me see real quick. There are achievements. Oh, I have all of them. Never mind. I got them all. Alright, quit the menu. Thank you for trying out this prologue. We're a two-person team based in Canada, and we hope you enjoy our game. The prologue is 10 to 15 minutes long, and we encourage replaying it at least once to explore different options. Yeah, it was like a half an hour-ish. Oh no, wait, that's on OBS. I don't know on the actual game. But I like it. It's really pretty. I like the watercolors. I don't think I think there are a few games I played had like watercolor art, but not like with a textured background as well. Oh, save your spot in the beta. How do you do that? Ooh, hoo, hoo. Welcome to our mailing list. We are share monthly updates with new devlogs and behind the scenes content. Oh, all betas and playtests. Save your spot today. Am I allowed to stream the betas? I don't know. I mean, here we go. Here we go. So, like I said, the demo is a Steam key that I have. So it's not on the Steam page available, I think. But you can wishlist the game. And apparently, if you go to their mailing list, maybe you get a key to the demo. I'm not 100% sure. All right. So, from the same creators, we have Quality Dreams, Reasonably Priced. And this one is fully released. I think I got a key somewhere in my email, but I can't find it. So, I'm playing the demo for it today. Me post that. Oopsie daisy. Uh-huh. Full screen. This is a little loud. Properties. Quality dreams. Reasonably priced. Is this okay? I don't know. hope it's okay. Alright. Let me swap screens. Welcome to Quality Dreams Reasonably Priced. Little ghost in the corner. Let's start the demo. Thank you for trying out this demo. We're a two-person team based in Canada, and we hope you enjoy our game. We'd appreciate it if you left us feedback so we can improve the game. We hope you enjoy our demo. Continue. Ooh, this is nice. All I've ever known is the city. All I've ever seen are her walls. A glittering metal spike piercing the barren land, embedded deep in its sands. My alarm goes off and I sigh. I'm too tired for work. I leave my apartment building and make my way to the city elevator. There are cameras next to the elevator. I punch in the number for a floor far above mine and pay the fare. I cram myself into the shoebox elevator burrowed in the city's bones. My stomach drops as it begins its ascent. I cautiously relax in the never familiar press of people, trying to force myself comfortable and pull myself awake. It's a shame that time doesn't stop for the wary. Quality Dreams, reasonably priced. Oh, that's the name of the place we're working at. 19 minutes later, I've made it to the clinic. The lobby is often quiet. We don't see many clients in a week. It's 19 minutes in an elevator ride? Hello, this is us. I make my way to the coffee machine, blinking back my fatigue. As my mug fills, I notice Baron walk into the lobby. Okay, I like your tattoo. Hi, Jin. Got a minute? It's never good when your boss wants a word. Oh. Yes? Sure, Baron. What's up? I wanted to have a quick chat to see how things have been going. How you've been settling in. That kind of thing. If I've learned anything in my month working here, it's that this chat will not be quick. Let's talk in your office. He starts walking off, not waiting for my reply. Follow him? I follow him back into my office, dread crawling up my spine. When I come in, Baron has settled where my clients usually sit. He gestures for me to take my seat, and I do, watching him with trepidation. So, Jin, you've been here about a month. How do you feel things are going? Well, excellently. Still learning. Well, I think things are going well. I'm still settling in, but I feel like it's been good so far. But it could be better, right? You're not hitting your targets. And I know you're new and this is your first job as a psych line. And it's been a slow month in terms of clients. I get that. I feel confident that you'll do better once you're in the full swing of things. Am I supposed to also do marketing or what? Am I supposed to attract customers? I feel like that's a marketing thing and that's a you thing. But just for my own peace of mind and for your good as well, I'd like us to do a little mock client interview. Pretend I'm here to get some mods. Defend your performance. Specific feedback? Play along. I swallow a sigh. Alright, welcome to Envisage Poetry. I try my best not to cringe when I say the name. How Baron came up with something so awful, I'll never understand. Introduce yourself? Start interview. Introduce yourself. Hi, I'm Jin. My pronouns are any, all. I'll be consulting on your modifications today. Hello, Jin. I'm Baron, and my pronouns are he, him. It's very nice to meet you. I'm a little surprised you didn't go for a fake name. Start interview? Baron hasn't filled in the client form, so I'll need to cover those questions first. Age, occupation, desired procedure. Age? Could you tell me how old you are? Try that again. Friendly. Which Would you mind telling me how old you are? I need it for my records. How old do you think I am? Oh my god. Play along. Oh, I don't know. Maybe 26? You flatter me. I'm 37, but I'm glad that you see me as so youthful. Occupation? What's your current occupation? You might not believe it, but I actually own a small body mod clinic. Humor him. What a coincidence. Please, tell me more. I'd love to. Here he goes again. When my father passed a few years ago, he left me the mod shop he'd started and told me to make something good of it. I'm not sure if he meant do good or be profitable, but I chose to believe he meant to do true good. To bring goodness into the world. So I took the little clinic and I diversified it. We increased variety and dropped prices. Now more people than ever can access mods. Did it cost me? Of course it did. Well, at the beginning at least. But it was all worth it to give more people access to mods. He loves to tell the story any chance he gets. Desired procedure? So what mods are you interested in getting? I'm not sure. Maybe something to add glow to my tattoos? Oh, that'd be cool. Suggest an alternative. Not sure? Alright, wait. No, actually, that's not safe scope. I mean, that's a good choice. That's a good choice. It's really in right now. Are you saying it's unoriginal? I just mean it's popular. Okay. Let's pause for a second. Most clients will have an idea of what they want, and that's great, but people don't always know what's best for them. You have to learn about them and guide them to the best decision. Best for them? Best decision based on their lives? Yes, but people improve their lives through modding. More often than not, getting mods is the best decision for them. However, you shouldn't push mod on clients when it's really not what they need. Getting mods reversed is very expensive, and often we can't put some back to exactly how they were before the initial procedure. We don't want our customers to be dissatisfied or asking for refunds. We're trying to bring joy into the world. Joy over sales. When mod is bad call. But what about a scenario where the customer really shouldn't have the mod? Then don't recommend it. We're not here to scam anyone or cause them harm. Mods make people happy, or they should. If the mod isn't helping, then we shouldn't be recommending it. But I really doubt that'll ever happen. Mods make things better. Maybe this hypothetical customer just hadn't found the right mod yet. In that case, your job would be to help them uncover the mod that's right for them. And on that note, let's get back to it. I may or may not want glowing tattoos. That's all the form questions out of the way. Time to move on to the rest of the interview. Appeal of glowing tattoos. What makes you want glowing tattoos? What do you like about them? They look nice. They're in fashion. They're cheap. What's not to like? Budget? What does your budget look like for this procedure? Oh, it's very tight. 3,000 at most. I noted down, glowing tattoos usually range from 600 to 5,000 depending on the size, features, and whether there is a complete design on the skin. Will that be a problem? Yes, no, maybe. Maybe. It could, depending on what model and features you end up choosing. But I'll be here to help you pick something within your budget. Perfect. Resting after mods. You'll need to take the rest of the day easy once you've had the procedure. Can you make time for that? No. Questioning? What's wrong? You can't ask like that. You need to ask nicely. Like, do you have any plans for after the procedure? It's too vague. Want to be unclear what I mean if I say that? Then ask a follow-up question. Do you need a script? Plans after mods? You have any plans for after the procedure? Not particularly. Just going to head home, maybe spend the following weekend with some friends. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Agree. No, it wasn't. Good. Next phase. Alright, I think I've got what I need. Let's move on. No, that's not good. Talk to me more first. Build rapport. It's better if you talk to them for longer. Fewer clients, wasting clients' time, inefficient session use. Doesn't that just mean I see fewer clients in a day? People like to feel important and looked after. You want to make them feel special, like you care about them. And when people talk a lot in conversations, they leave with a more favorable impression of you. So get them talking and keep them talking. Seem interested in what they have to say. Conversation topics? What is there to talk about? Can't you make small talk? Ask them about their work, hobbies, whatever. Friendliness level. How friendly do you expect me to be with clients? Enough to be personable to make them like you. And if it seems like they feel better with friendly, then you should be even more friendly. Boundaries. Aren't there professional client boundaries I should be minding? Oh, don't worry about that. It's not like you're a doctor, or licensed for that matter. You're a salesperson, not a therapist. Seems manipulative, but alright, moving on. Before we get back to it, I want to make sure you understand that you're a salesperson first. It's fine to form connections, I encourage it even. It usually makes the selling go better. Remember, you're not a therapist, you don't have to abide by any rules. I like talking to clients and getting to know them. It's the best part of my job. But when Baron talks about it like this, something about it feels vile. The ethical implications twist in my stomach. Hobbies? Do you have any hobbies? As a small business owner and entrepreneur, my work takes up most of my time. But I do quite enjoy music. Ooh. Compose recommendation? Is there anything you'd recommend? Of course. I listen to many genres, neoclassical punk, ferocious flute, pop folk metal, underground and pop covers. But you probably like Birdsong and Symbols, Volume 3. It's a concept album about childbirth expressed through birdsong, wind chimes, and cymbals. It's a must listen if you're looking to expand your music repertoire. I'll check it out, thanks. I definitely won't. Compose? Do you compose or just listen? I experiment, but I wouldn't call what I create music. It's much too crude for that. Favorite element? What do you like most about music? There's such a wide range of experiences, emotions, visions, and memories can be evoked through only our ears. Although we do often offer mods that make music a multi-sensorial experience. Though you know that, of course. A much better job. Well done with the small talk. It helps you, and it keeps me happy. It feels like I'm really getting my money's worth. Kiss ass. Sarcastic. Professional. Professional? Glad to hear that I'm meeting expectations. Surpassing, even. Work? How do you like your job? Oh, I love it. It makes me happy to know I'm doing so much good. Favorite part? What do you think is the best part of your work? I love how much joy my clinic can bring. Modding is incredible. I'm excited to bring that opportunity to more people each day. Alright, I think I've got what I need. Let's move on. So the recommendation. Excellent. I look over my notes detailing my talk with Baron. They're a mess of advice and intentional obfuscation. So I think you better recommend me. Recommend procedure. You'll be happy to hear that I do recommend you then. More ink. Recommend Baron procedure. Great. My reasoning being that it suits him. Glowing tattoos would suit you well. You really think so? And what if I wanted the high-end version that changes color depending on my environment? What would you say then? This is a trap. This feels like a trap. Defer decision, recommend lower end, encourage spending more, defer decision. I tell you to go home and think about what you really want. If it's important to get the higher end model, then you can come back once you're ready to make that kind of decision. And if you decide getting the mod sooner is best, then you can come back immediately and we'll schedule you in. Come on, Jen, you know better than to send away a customer. Your job is to help them make these decisions, don't ask them to leave to make it themselves. You're lucky I'm not a real client. We might have lost a customer. Apologize. Sorry, it won't happen again. It better not. And now for my favorite part. What is it? And that would be the upselling and cross-selling. As you know, or should know, you check that catalog in front of you and pick some options you think I'd like. Pitch them to me, but don't push too much. They'll come off as annoying. I pull open my tablet. Fanged teeth, drug-resistant liver, improved sense of smell. I mean, I don't know. Do I just pick all of them? Maybe just the fang teeth, submit. Okay, I think that makes sense. Picked everything up? Good. Now I can check this handy tablet in front of me and see all the goodies you're offering. Try fang teeth. Have you considered getting fang teeth? This is vibe. I feel like they'll fit your vibe. I don't think I give off spooky vibes. Do I? Didn't mean spooky. I meant that the teeth give off a cool and suave feeling, which does fit your vibe. Oh, I see. Excellent. I suppose I must get the teeth then. I feel like I've sold a fair amount based on Baron's hypothetical budget. I don't want to push things too much. He stops to take a long breath. Let's move on. I have other notes for you. I take a slow breath. This'll be good. Great job learning from your mistakes. I appreciate how you recovered after we spoke about chatting with clients more. You took feedback well, so take credit for that. I know I'm not always the best at delivering my comments. And in the end, you made a good decision, even if you did not completely flub it. What was that? Now, as for your efforts at cross-selling, you could have tried to sell me more mods. I barely bought anything extra. He watched me for a long moment before standing. Alright, that's all for today. Good work. I look forward to seeing you progress. I watched Baron leave, feeling a bit shaken. Things went well overall, but I know Baron will continue keeping an eye on me. So was I supposed to recommend them buying the higher end mods? I let my gaze linger over my office to make sure I'm not forgetting anything, then leave to begin my trek home. The apartment. I climbed the stairs to my apartment and shut the door with a sigh. I hear a slight rustling and look around. Nibbles is watching me from... You have a pet rabbit! It's so cute! Nibbles dandelions. Seeing her always fills me with warmth. Let her out. Check her food. Check her food. I check her food and notice she's eaten less than usual. Oh no! I refill her water and wonder if my worry is warranted. I glance at the time. The vet should be calling soon. Let her out? I open the door to the fence around Nibbles' hutch. She slowly hops forward, settling down on the rug next to me. I can't tell if she's moving more slowly than usual or if I'm just projecting. I give her a small pat and sigh softly. Give her a treat? Pet her? I rub Nibbles' forehead gently. She seems to relax a bit. Watch her? I watch Nibbles roll onto her side. She's lying on her usual spot on the rug, near my usual spot on my bed. She seems more tired than normal today. Give her a treat? I grab some washed kale from the fridge and offer it to Nibbles. She perks up a bit and starts munching on a corner. I'll get her some more later. Not the dishes. I have some dishes from last night I haven't dealt with. I wash each by hand and drop them on my too tall stack of dried dishes. That's going to be a problem left for tomorrow. I look around, feeling listlessness rise in my chest. I need something to do while I'm waiting for the vet to call. Um, Play with Nibbles. I grab some of Nibbles' favorite toys, throw and place them around her. She glances towards them, but seems disinterested. The worry between my ribs radiates outwards. Read? Unpack. I moved down into this apartment about 2 months ago. I couldn't afford my old one anymore. I look around the space that doesn't quite feel like home and can't help but notice all the ways it's worse. The room is too small for all my stuff, much of it still sits in half unpacked boxes. It's further from my new job, adding time to my commute and shifting my sleep schedule. I still wake bleary some days. I know amenities are included. The savings come at the expense of my comfort. Home does not feel like a place of rest. Mechanically, I pull objects out from boxes and try to find room for them in overstuffed cupboards and drawers. After about 2 boxes, my brain starts to hurt. I'll leave the rest for another day. Read? I pick up the book that's been long abandoned on my nightstand and flip it open. I should get it back to my friends soon. They're probably missing it. I sit on my bed, lean up against the wall, and let myself settle back into the story. After about 20 minutes, my phone rings. Answer the phone. I hit a button on the side of my earpiece. Hello? Hello, this is Dr. Monk's office calling back with the test results for your rabbit, Nibbles Dandelions. Cut to the chase? What did the test say? The speaker on the other side of the line clears their throat. Unfortunately, the test came back positive. Your rabbit is suffering from... The voice turns to static in my mind, and I feel my hands start to shake. I stand there, staring at the wall, keeping as still as I can. Hello? Is everything okay? Next steps? What do I do? We'll need to schedule Nibbles Dandelions for surgery. My blood runs cold. Is she going to be okay? How much is this going to cost? Cost? The procedure will cost... Ooh. That's a lot more money than I have in savings. Ooh. Installment plan? Is there an option to pay by installments? No, we require full payment up front. Okay. Alright. I try to keep my voice from sounding as shaky as I feel. Details? What will happen in the surgery? We'll remove the infected organs. After, we'll put Nibbles Dandelions on an antibiotics regimen, and in a month or so, she should be fully recovered. Surgery risks? Are there any risk in having the surgery? We've performed this procedure many times. There is very little risk, about as much as getting a nano-animated tattoo. Very low risk then. Okay. Okay, thank you. Surgery date? How soon will the surgery be? We can schedule it in for next week Sunday. That's 13 days from now. Can Nibbles wait that long? Will that be enough time to get the money to cover the surgery cost? Okay. Okay, thank you. I notice I'm biting my lips and stop. We finalize the appointment details and I hang up the phone. I look down at where Nibbles is flopped on the floor and my heart sinks. Saving 70 in 12 days, well, 11 work days, isn't impossible, but I don't feel good about my odds. I sit down next to Nibbles and run a hand through her fur. I can't imagine losing her. I don't remember making dinner and the food is tasteless when I eat it. I keep glancing over at Nibbles, reassuring myself she's still here. The apartment feels more crammed than usual. I usually keep the window closed, but today it makes the walls feel like they're closing in on me. Before I head to bed, I open my banking app to pay my utilities. It might be best not to keep paying for so many luxuries, at least until I've saved up enough for Nibbles. Available in full game. Ah, open window. Noise blocking. Okay. Submit. It takes me too long to fall asleep. I turn back and forth under the sheets, unable to feel comfort or stop my spinning mind. Sleep. I wake up and realize I don't hear the sound of my alarm. I blink and notice that there's too much light in the room. I check the time and a bucket of cold water fills over me. I needed to leave for work an hour ago. I quickly rush to get dressed and refill Nibbles' food and water, then I grab my lunch and run out the door. Halfway to the elevator, I start worrying that I have a client interview booked for this morning. I spend the rest of the trip to the clinic bouncing between dreading being late and hoping I misremembered, and it's tomorrow. I step into the clinic and a notification pops up letting me know there's a client waiting in my office. I curse, grab the client's file from behind the reception desk, and make my way to the consultation room. I'm only a few minutes late to the appointment, but a splash of guilt still runs down my throat. I muster a smile, knock gently, and open the door. The customer sitting in one of the chairs, they seem to be engrossed in a tablet, probably working. Apologize. Sorry for the wait. Welcome to Envisage Poetry. I always cringe a bit at the clinic's name. I'm Jin. I use all pronouns. How can I help you today? They look up at me from where they're sitting. Good morning. I'm Ocean. This is a room for consultations, right? They look to be in their early 20s, but their composure makes me think they're older than they look. There's a conviction in the way they sit, and I relax a bit. Clients who know what they want are always easier to deal with. Yes, you're in the right place. Usually, I have some time to prep before my meetings. I clench my hand around the data chip. It probably won't be an issue to ask for a moment to get myself orientated, but I can't get a good read on this client yet, and the wealthier ones can sometimes be unreasonable. Talk to Ocean? I can just ask Ocean. It'll be fine. Before we start, I'm just going to run through some preliminary questions. Go for it. Agent pronouns? What are your pronouns? He, him, and they, them. And your age? I'm 27. Occupation? What do you do for work? I had to fill that in on your intake form. Why is it relevant? Practical? Personal? Procedural? Personal? It helps me understand you better, which helps me offer you better recommendations. I don't think my job will let you tell you a lot about me. It's something I kind of fell into and just decided to stick with. Watching Ocean, I don't think that's the whole story. There you go. Okay. I'll try to circle back to this later. Maybe Ocean feels that the question is too personal and starting a starting place. Desired procedure. What kind of procedure are you looking to get? I'd like to medically transition to feel more comfortable in my body. It's a pretty straightforward procedure, with a few days recovery time. This should be enough for a starting point. Now to learn more about what Ocean is looking for and why. So you're looking to get gender affirming work done? That's correct. The next question I need to ask is probably not the most respectful or kind, but it is part of a standard procedure for consultations. Try to ask tactfully. Are there any factors motivating you to make this change? Oh, ooh, oh, shit. Well, I mean, aside from the obvious, why do they need to know? It must seem unnecessary. It's a procedure to understand the Ocean. I'm just trying to understand you better. Knowing what you're looking for will help me recommend options. They sigh. I socially transitioned some time ago and started taking hormones sometime after that. But being honest with myself is something I've had to learn. About a year ago, I realized I'm not happy with how things are. I'm uncomfortable when I see myself in the mirror. I don't like parts of my body. And I can understand that now, so I want to take steps to make myself happier. Quick save. Quick save, quick save. I feel like I'm walking in a landmine here. Okay. Realizing unhappiness. What made you realize you weren't happy? After I social transition, things in my life got a lot better, and I realized how unhappy I was before. Well, before. As things got better, I got better at learning what in my life made me happy, and I started taking steps to address those things. This is just the newest in a series of realizations. It's something that took some time and a lot of introspection to figure out. Commiserate, acknowledge, acknowledge, understand. What the heck does commiserate mean? Fuck. Ugh. English is second language. Well, it's not even second language, it's like third language. Understand? That's really understandable. Figuring out yourself and your needs can be hard, especially since we grow up in a world that thinks everyone requires the same things. Ocean sighs in agreement. You've got that right. Anyways, after all that, it was just a matter of saving up enough money to visit a clinic. I've done my research and I should have the right amount to cover everything I'm looking for. I'm glad to hear. I'm happy that you're in a comfortable place to get this done now. Thank you. I've covered most of the required information, but it might be helpful to know more about Ocean before moving forward. And Bear will not be happy if he finds out that I didn't keep the conversation going for longer. Learn more? Can I ask more about you? Depends what you want to know. Hobbies? Do you have any hobbies? I'm really into tea, actually. Tea? Could you tell me a bit more about tea? What do you want to know? Ocean's history with tea. What got you into tea? I'm really into plants. I actually work as a gardener. Ah! I work with a large variety of plants, including those whose leaves are used as herbs or for teas. I started growing a few at home and selling prepared teas to coffee shops. Oh, that's cool! Favorite aspect. What part do you like the most about tea? I like figuring out how to express flavors. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. I think what I like more is the process of transforming plants into tea, and then again transforming the leaves into a beverage. More about the transformation process. What do you think it is about the transformation process that you find appealing? I guess I like how the plant can live on and impact the world in different ways before its time is over, and how each version of it brings out new qualities and experiences. That's really interesting. I hadn't thought about how these things apply to the process of making tea before. Thank you for teaching me something today. What's your favorite tea? Oh, all kinds, really. I've gotten into mushroom tea recently. Have you tried it? No, I've never even heard of it, actually. Well, if you ever get the chance, you should try some. It's really quite unique, and is a good word, I think. Show interest? Sounds like a must-try experience. Ocean pauses, seeming to think for a second. Would you be interested in buying my tea sometime? I could even let you try some mushroom tea. He smiles, but it feels a bit forced. I can tell they're nervous about my answer. Ocean's tea seems to hold a lot of importance. Except, I'd love to try your tea sometime. Ocean smiles, trying to hide the relief. Well, you won't regret it. I'm sure I won't. Gardening, planning after mods. Gardening? Could you tell me more about your work? It's hard to find jobs that you like when you're born on the floors near me, but I really do love plants. Plants. Responsibilities, work environment. What's your work environment like? I tried to deliver the question neutrally, not wanting my curiosity to overwhelm or alienate. Ocean raises an eyebrow. You mean, do I work in real sunlight? Apologize. Oh, yes, sorry, Ocean House cutting me off. It's fine, really. Most people ask. Not all my clients are high enough up, but a lot of them get almost direct sunlight. I've never worked for anyone with unfiltered light, though. I struggle to keep the awe off my face. I know, it's pretty wild. Nothing a low-floor guy like me would have ever dreamed of. Sunlight. Oh, right, because we all live in a tower, so if you're low enough in the tower, you don't get any sunlight. Sunlight? What's the sunlight like? Well, it's about as bright as it is here, on the mid levels, but it's also warm. It's like the light itself is carrying a heat with it. It took me some time to notice, but I promise it's there. Learn something hot about oceans. Oh my lord. It took me some time to notice, but I promise it's there. And the higher up you are, the warmer it is. Marvel. That's amazing. I don't try to hide the wonder in my voice. Yeah, it really is. Clients? Who makes up your typical clientele? Usually upper floor people with big lots they want to fill up with a garden to rub in their neighbors' faces. Sometimes some mid-floorers who can afford to add a bit of nature to their homes. Likes any of them? Anyone famous? Anyone famous? Anyone I would know? Maybe a couple, but I'm not naming names. Of course, sorry for asking. No worries. Uh, Move on. Now that I have a better understanding of Ocean's work, I feel comfortable moving on. Plans after mod? Do you have anything planned for after the procedure? Why do you ask? Procedural. It's policy. You'll need to avoid any strenuous activity for a few days after the procedure. I'm planning a small trip with my friends to celebrate. Should be undemanding. Trip? What are you planning for your trip? It's just a visit to a mid-floor resort. Nothing that exciting, really. Move on. Well, I hope you have a great time. Thanks. I look over my notes and it's time to make my recommendation. I need to save another ooh, 8k over the next 12 days to afford the surgery for nibbles. If Ocean has a procedure done here, I'll earn at least 1600. Recommend procedure. Based on what we've discussed, I can easily recommend that you go forward with the desired procedure. A wave of relief rolls over Ocean. That's great. We discussed what Ocean is looking to get. Cracking chrysalis. We discussed what Ocean is looking to get done, and I put together a suggested plan. Now it's time to see if I can get Ocean to agree to buy anything more. Custom voice, sharper eyes, custom facial hair. Ooh. Custom voice and custom facial hair? Submit? Alright, that seems good. There's a few more mods I'd like to talk to you about. You'll be able to see the models and prices on that tablet in front of you as I bring them up. Sure. Uh, Try custom voice? Have you considered customizing your voice as part of your transition? We can offer custom voice creation, and the mod would give you a more pronounced Adam's apple. Dream Voice works with planned mods. Hmm. I'm gonna wait. Custom voice creation. Oh, is it not that you can like alternate the voice? I thought it would be a thing like you can have multiple voices. Like it's a mod that you can kind of swap between voices. Um, Dream voice? You can design the voice of your dreams. I think it's too expensive to be worth it. Alright. Try facial hair? Have you considered custom facial hair? I have facial hair. I shave. Stop selling beard. Oh, sorry. Never mind then. No worries. That's probably enough cross-selling. There's only so much Ocean is willing to spend. We settle on the procedure details and I explain the remaining information to Ocean. Next, our clinic surgeon, Dr. Soul, will give you a quick physical to double check you're fit for the procedure. Once you've gotten a clean bill of health, I'll schedule your operation date. At that point, I'll also take your deposit, which will be half the total cost. Sound good? Ocean smiles, attention uncurling from their shoulders. Sounds great. I return her smile and we shake hands. Theirs feel firm and welcoming. We walk out of my office together. A bit later, having seen Sol, set up Ocean's appointment, and gotten their deposit, I return to my office to get started on the post-session paperwork. A few hours later, I hear a knock on the wall by the open door to my office and look up. Got a minute? Oh, this is the doctor. Yeah, sure. I need you to run down to Winjordan and place an order. Should take less than an hour. They have our payment information on file. Shopping list? What do you need me to get? Sol hands me a list. It's all here, and the bag is in the usual place. Just give that to Winjordan. She'll know what to do with it. Feel free to call me if you have any questions or if they give you any trouble. Trouble? What do you mean, trouble? Sol shrugs slightly. You know how Winjiner gets. No? Before I have time to follow up, Sol gives a wave and walks back out of my office. Ah! I look down at the list that she gave me and sigh, guess I'm off to Winnie's. The trip to Winnie's shop is uneventful. I make one wrong turn, but know it's pretty soon after. Ooh, what's this? A body shop? I see mechanical pieces. Before I know it, I'm approaching her stall. Hello. No, I won't be going lower than that. Stop asking. Winnie's voice carries down the street. I've never heard her sound so stern. If you want to pay that much, find some 2-bit hack who'll sell you defective junk. When you decide you want to put quality parts into your body, you'll crawl back here. Oof. Of course, by then, your flesh will be rotten around half-baked amps and shoddy nano components. Your kidneys failing from filtering a bilge of filth pumped into your heart and then back through your body. So this is what she meant with how Winnie gets. Okay. I'll laugh in your face and remind you about today. Then I'll charge you double and you'll pay for it because you'll be so desperate for something good. Now get the fuck out of here. You're not worth more of my time. Yeah? Fuck you, Winnie. The customer spits and turns away, almost bumping into me as I approach the stall. I didn't see you there, Jen from Envisage Poetry, right? Yes. That's me, yeah. That's a terrible name. Baron stuck you with. Agree. It's not the greatest, yeah. Sounds like you have taste, at least. What happened? Is everything alright? Oh sure, just a customer trying to haggle me down, thinking they've got more power than they do. This is my shop and my word is final. Sometimes people just need a friendly reminder of that. Understand. That makes sense. This is your place of business and they should respect that. See, you get it. Does it happen often? Often? No. Usually my reputation filters out dregs like that. I pulled a list out from my pocket. Sol gave me this. It has everything we're looking for to buy. She mentioned you have our payment info? That I do. Hand over your list. Let's see what we can do for Sol, I give it a quick glance over. I've got most of this in stock, but the last bit you'll need to wait for. I'll drop that off myself. Everything else I'll give you to call back today. Alright? Yes. Sounds good. That's what I like to hear. Winnie takes the bag I brought from the clinic and begins moving around her shop picking items off the shelves and bags. They pause when they spot a bin, half slit under a table. She looks back at me and then the bin. How would you feel about a bit of side work, Jin? Her meaning? What kind of work are you talking about? I've currently got an excess of eye mods, telescopes, microscopes, colored diffs, and dark vision, electromags, sharpeners, basically the lot. If you could sell them off for me, I'll kick you back 15% of my profits. Not a bad deal if you think. Agree. Not a bad deal at all. I, merchant. Glad to have you on board. They hold out their hand and we shake. She hands me the much fuller bag. This is for you. I suppose I'll be seeing you more often now that Sol can send you instead of coming herself. Winnie turns and I follow her gaze to see a customer approaching. It was nice chatting with Ijin. Come by again soon. She offers a mock salute and then steps away. When let it go? I reposition the bag over my shoulder and head back to the clinic. Winnie's words circling through my head. When I get back to the clinic, Sola is working in the lobby. She looks up and sees me and the bag. Is that everything? There's a bit more Winnie will drop off later. Sol lets out an acknowledging noise and holds out a hand for the bag. Give her the bag? I hold out the bag and she carries it with a few steps over to the counter. She quickly opens it and begins to rummage. Looks good. Thanks for grabbing it. She pauses and looks back up at me from the bag. How was Winjordan? Friendly? She's nice. Friendly. Alright, that's good. And they didn't do anything weird, did she? Such as? Weird in what way? Anything that seemed out of place, unprofessional, or made you uncomfortable? Or just anything you'd want to talk about? Yelling at customer? Well, she was yelling at a customer when I got there. But they were perfectly friendly to me. It seemed like the customer really got her worked up. I see. I shouldn't have any issues since they value our business. But let me know if I'm mistaken. Thanks. Sol takes a glance at the clock on the reception computer. Why don't you head home? I'll cover with Baron if he asks. Paperwork. I'll finish up my paperwork first. I only have a bit left. If you insist, we can leave together later then. Sol turns and walks back to her office. Was she waiting for me? Later that day. After finishing our work, Sol and I leave the clinic together. We chat idly on the walk to the elevator. It's a bit busy, and I let her take one ahead of me. She thanks me, and I hide my mixed feelings behind a smile. I didn't want her to see what floor I was getting off at. Oh. I get home exhausted and collapse on my bed. After a bit, I roll to the side and notice Dimples watching me. Dimples. Let her out. I roll back off my bed and open the door to her hutch. She watches for a bit before slowly making her way to her favorite spot on the rug. Play with her. I try rolling one of Nibble's balls towards her. She glances at it but doesn't push the ball back to me like she usually does. She's not her usual self, and it hurts to see her this way. My worries circle in my head, saving 8,668 in 10 more workdays. I sigh and roll back onto my bed. Not impossible, I remind myself. There's still a chance. Today went well. Tomorrow will too. Make dinner. I spend some time making dinner, then clean everything up. Grimly, I open my banking app to check things over. Well, I can't adjust it. By the time I get to bed, I feel drained to my bones. Sleep. I wake up with my alarm and sigh contentedly. It's nice not to be in a rush. I make a low-effort breakfast and take a quick shower before getting changed, feeding Nibbles, and heading to work. I have another appointment today. A larger part of me than I'd like to admit hopes it'll be someone looking for an expensive procedure. As I enter the clinic, I notice a message from Baron. The clinic's file is waiting for me on my tablet. I make myself a cup of tea and carry it carefully to my office. I sit down, take a sip, and swipe open the client's file. I'm expecting them to arrive just after noon. Baron left a note at the bottom of the file saying to watch myself with this one, which makes me a bit nervous. He rarely butts in, saying that he prefers to leave the human aspect to the psych line, which is fair. That's what he's paying me for. Whoever is coming in must be important. I swipe open the file of my tablet. Name? At the top of the file, I see Florence Sanderine. She's her 34. Florence Sanderine must be an upper floor. No wonder Baron gave me a heads up. It's unusual for us to get top floor clients. They usually go to nicer clinics. Well, an upper floor client explains why Baron also told me not to ask about her budget. Occupation. Under the line of work section, I find a really long explanation that can be summarized as stay-at-home spouse. There's also a brief mention of an interview show she hosts. It seems like a hobby project. Desired procedure? The section detailing the Moss Florence Sanderine would like is much shorter than I'm used to. Seems like she's coming in for a voice change. It's a technical difficulty procedure and not that common since it's expensive and impossible to completely reverse. The recovery time is usually less than a day. From her file, Florence Sardine seems like a pretty typical upper floor trophy spouse. There's a few things that don't entirely line up, but they also don't seem relevant to the consultation. I close the file and clean up my office a bit. The fact I'm seeing an upper floor client has got me a bit more nervous than I'd like to admit. I've never met with an upper floor client. We can't access most of the higher end mods even if our clients could afford them, nor can we offer the level of service they often expect. Before I know it, there's a gentle knock on my door. I'm going to fuck this shit up. I'm going to quick save, and then we're gonna go. Oh, she's pretty. At the sight of Florence Sanderine, I freeze momentarily. Hi, you can call me Florence. She, her. She smiles a little, and I have to remind myself to breathe. I can't remember the last time I saw someone so beautiful. Confess you'd die for her. Act normal. I force myself to move and pull the door the rest of the way open. I wrestle what I hope is a warm smile on my face and gesture her inside. Hi, Florence, I'm Jen, and any pronouns are fine for me. She steps past me and into the office, looking around slowly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for looking after me today. She sits and her gaze turns back to me. I feel myself growing flustered. Customers aren't usually like this. The pleasure is entirely mine. Thank you for choosing Envisage Poetry. It takes all of my effort to say the words casually and withhold my inadvertent cringe. For a consultation today. Of course, I've heard good things about your clinic. It feels like I'm swallowing around a rock in my throat, or maybe that I forgot how to breathe, or how to hold my body like a normal person. So glad. Of course. Meet expectations. Huh. So glad? I'm so glad that our positive reputation precedes us. I am too. She smiles a little again, and I think my heart forgets how to breathe for a few seconds. I need to pull myself together if I'm going to get through this. I sit down and try to refocus. Ask questions. I should get to know her better so I can best understand what she's looking for. Her name's meaning? Florence Sanderine is a beautiful name. Does it mean anything? Florence drops her gaze, making her smile seem a bit sadder. Florence comes from the Latin word florentius, which means blossoming, flourishing, and prosperous. Sanderine is a play on Sandarin, which itself is a version of Exandria. From the Greek Exandros, it means to defend man. Together, my name is meant to be a blessing, to provide me with good fortune and protect me from peril. Has it worked? And have you had good fortune and avoided peril? Florence lets out a small chuckle, and it sounds like glass chiming and flowers blooming, and stars glinting. I think most would say so. She doesn't? But you don't think so? Florence shrugs with a very small movement of her shoulders. It depends on your perspective, I suppose. Regardless, my parents have ensured that I am very blessed. Okay. Interview show? I saw in your file that you host an interview show. What's that like? Florence's eyes light up and she smiles a bit. How nice of you to ask. It's not a terribly exciting hobby, but it does bring me a lot of joy. I very much enjoy meeting guests and getting to know them. I suppose it's a bit similar to your work in some ways. Agree. I would agree. I don't know if you find this to be the case too, but sometimes it feels like my clients learn a bit about themselves from this process as well. Florence nods slowly. Yes, I think so. Sometimes I think it's all about what trusts are hinted to or simply left unsaid. Truths, sorry. Truths of the heart that feel too dangerous to speak outright. Yes. I say it quietly, watching her, but she doesn't meet my gaze, leaving her exact expression unknowable. Interview show continued? What's the name of your show, by the way? Florence looks down, clearly a bit flustered. Oh, it's just a small thing. I'm sure you haven't heard of it. I wait, leaving space for her to speak. It's called Song for a Lark. I freeze and I blink at her, momentarily dropping my brain to the floor. Jen? Admit you've heard a lot about it. Haven't heard of it. Half my friends won't stop talking about it. Oh, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I wave my hands, dispelling her apology. No. The fault is mine for overreacting. I just didn't realize you were a celebrity. She laughs, blushing slightly, and I almost drop my brain again. I'm not at all, but thank you for the compliment. The show is my personal hobby in which I trifle in delight. It pleases me to hear that it amuses your friends to the point of enthusiasm. Song for a Lark is an audio show. My friends are always going on about how amazing and talented the host is. They would die if I told them I spent time chatting with her. Parents? Could you tell me more about your parents? Such as? Their occupation? What do they do for work? I don't mean to make your job more difficult, but I'm not sure that you need to know that for our discussion today. And it's not my place to speak on my parents' business. I understand. I'm sorry for overstepping. She shakes her head slightly. You're just trying to do your job. No harm in that. Relationship? What's your relationship with them like? You mean my parents? I'm not sure how much time there is to say. I try to be respectful and dutiful, and they look after me. I think there's more to her relationship with her family than she lets on. I'll try to circle back to it. Mm, Family's opinion on the show? How does your family feel about Song for Lark? They don't pay it much mind. They see it as a diversion, which it is. So they don't listen in? Lauren shakes her head. They're much too busy, and I don't expect them to. Hmm. Her reaction? Does anyone else? Parental support? Her reaction? How does that make you feel? Lauren's hand fidgets slightly. I don't really feel any way about it. It's just how it is, and the show is just a small hobby of mine. Nothing of importance. She says that, but I feel like she's downplaying how much Song for a Lark means to her. Autonomy. It seems like your parents have a lot of control over your life. I don't think that's the best way of phrasing it, but they do advise my decisions. She lacks confidence? Are you not confident in making decisions yourself? I just appreciate that they know better than me. She stops and looks down. I let the silence widen between us. Finally, she looks up at me, solemnly in her expression. For as long as I can remember, I've understood that I'm not that clever. There are better minds to make decisions for me. Decisions that are for my betterment and good. As much as possible, I make the effort to follow the directions I'm given. I don't wish to disturb the waters or make myself more of a burden than I already have. Burden? What makes you feel like a burden? She looks down at her fingers, winding themselves in her lap. I know my parents wanted the sun instead. I spent my whole life trying to make up for that failing. Empathize? I understand that it can be hard to live up to others' expectations, especially when those expectations are around something you have no control over. She looks me in the eye and nods once. It can be hard. Her voice is raw and cracked. She pauses for a moment, dropping her gaze. When she looks up again, she's got a smile in place. But I'm doing all that's expected of me. I'm not letting them down. Oh, girl. I nod, watching her. Clever? Why do you say you aren't clever? Lauren gives a small shrug. I've always been surrounded by exceptional people. I understand that I'm not like them. That's not true. That's not true at all. You're exceptionally smart. Thank you for saying that. Husband? Do you feel your husband makes decisions for you as well? Ellis. Ellis cares about me. He just wants me to be happy. Sometimes he does ask for my thoughts. Fears? What scares you the most? Florence laughs a bit nervously. These questions are getting a bit heavy. Provides insight. Your answers help me do the best job that I can. I need to know these kinds of things to provide a good recommendation. Florence nods. Yes, I understand. It was just a bit unexpected. She pauses, and I give her the space to think. I suppose what I fear the most is letting others down and disappointing them. Procedure? Now I understand that you want to get a voice alteration procedure. That's why I'm here. Her fingers weave and slide along each other as she speaks, and I try not to stare at them. Does she feel nervous? Are you sure? This is a very simple and straightforward procedure. Florence's fingers settle and she smiles. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you for trying to reassure me. I have faith in your clinic's abilities. Reason for procedure? Why do you want to get your voice altered, if you don't mind me asking? Not at all. I understand this is part of your responsibilities as a psych line. You probably don't know, but there's a trend going around for having perfectly sweet and lilting voices. Since mine is so mundane, s- it might slight my family's reputation should it remain unchanged. Um, you have a whole radio audio podcast. I would never call your voice mundane. It's quite elegant, in fact. You make for a poor salesperson. But thank you, I appreciate it. She does have a slight sigh, though my parents do not seem to agree. Ellis? How did you. Oh, no, I wanted to ask if Ellis agrees. Cora smiles and her gaze wanders, seeing a time gone by. We were at Dancing Arcs, a semi annual evening party. The sun was setting, and they had arranged prisms around the room to catch the light. My friend introduced us, and we hit it off. She laughed softly. He's awfully charming, and he does small things that exhibit a considerate heart. We started meeting up after that, and he grew fond of me. My parents were so pleased. Ellis's father is well respected, and Ellis himself is a perfect gentleman. Lawrence's opinion. What do you think of Ellis? Well, he's very kind, and he lets me do my own things, like my show. He worries for me sometimes. Are you happy? He cares for me. There's nothing more I could ask for. Hmm. I don't think she should do the procedure. Appreciate? What does Ellis love about you? Well, he always tells me I'm lovely. I think he likes speaking to me also. He often asks me to share my opinion. Parents? Your parents were happy you were seeing him? Yes, and happy with me for catching him. Plans after mods. Do you have any plans for after the procedure? No, I was just going to take some time to rest at home. There's a dinner party this weekend, but that's all. I took a moment to check my notes. I've covered all the required questions, but I feel like there's something more going on here. Baron told me to be careful, though. It might be best to wrap things up quickly so I don't have more time to embarrass myself. Learn more? Learning more about Florence is probably for the better. Worries. You're worried about letting others down? Florence nods. Share your worries. There are also many things that worry me. Florence tilts her head slightly, indicating interest, so I continue. I'm worried I'm not good enough at my job and that I don't make enough my time for my loved ones. I pause for a second, realizing my next concerns are money related. That's not something I imagine she'll be able to relate to. Use a different concern. I'm worried about what others think of me and whether they value me for who I am. I don't mean to make you feel like your concerns are unnatural. Everyone worries about lots of things for many different reasons. No need to worry. You haven't made me feel that way at all. Thank you for sharing your worries, though. It helps. Reason for fear. Why do you think you have these fears? I'm not sure what you mean. What makes it so scary? Lauren sits back a bit. I hadn't thought about that. She pauses for a moment. I think I'm worried about others thinking less of me. Do you think you'll lose their respect? Yes, I'm scared of losing all worth in their eyes. Worth? You feel like proving your worth is something that's expected of you? Yes. Could this be connected to her reason for making this appointment? Address worries with others? Have you spoken to anyone about your worries? Florence drops her gaze, but I catch the forlornness in her expression. I did once. It was a mistake. Ask. I lean forward slightly, trying to catch her gaze. Something's telling me that she's been keeping her feelings bottled up for a very long time. I mean, she might be looking for someone to share them with. Personal tone. I'm sorry that person betrayed your confidence. Would you mind sharing what happened? Florence looks away again and silence stretches between us. I'm about to ask if she's alright when she starts talking. Growing up, it felt like my looks were the only part of me that mattered. It was meant to be like a vase. I was meant to be like a vase. Beautiful, silent, out of the way. To be admired but not interacted with. Empty of any thoughts someone else didn't place in it. After my marriage, a dread started growing inside of me until it grew too large and started welling out. I'd have nightmares where I'd watch myself turn ugly, or old, or deformed. I was barely sleeping. Not knowing what to do, not wanting to worry Ellis, I went to speak to my father, and he, very rationally and matter-of-factly, explained that if anything went wrong with me, I could just stop by a clinic and everything would be put right. Her hands clenched to fist, nails biting into her palms. That, in fact, my parents had been taking me to a clinic for minor adjustments since I was young. It had been going on for years, they just never told me. Holy fucking shit, dude, what the hell? And then her voice is almost a whisper now. He laughed at me, at my surprise. He asked if I really had thought I was so naturally beautiful. Then he said my worries were irrational and frivolous, and the matter dealt with sent me off. That's so fucked up. Empathize? I want to fume at her dad, honestly. Empathize? It sounds really difficult. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, and that your family doesn't recognize your concerns. It's okay to still feel anxious about things that seem to have solutions. You don't need to prove that validity of your worries. What you felt, what you're feeling now, is normal. Thank you for saying that. She pauses, and I let her have some space. After a moment, she looks back at me, her smile a bit less shaky. If you have more questions, it's fine. Thank you, and thank you for trusting me with this. She inclines her head. Once I'm sure she's not going to say anything more, I continue. What she values. What do you value? What do I care about? I suppose I like to be proper and socially respectable, to bring a positive reputation to my family, to ease Alice's worries. And my show, I love my show. Her show, where one of her selling points is her voice. I remember my friends going on about it. Wish for procedure? Do you want to have this procedure done to alter your voice? I want to please my parents and fulfill my filial obligations. If that means getting the procedure, then yes. There's a slight tightness to her mouth that makes me wonder. Previous mods? Is it alright if I ask about your previous mods? It's fine, but there's not much to tell. I don't know the details. What about the clinic you went to? That place? She spits the word as if they're bitter in her mouth. I never want to go back there again. I thought it was just health checkups. I can't believe... She breaks off and takes a second to breathe. I'm just happy to be here instead. As I mentioned, this clinic is well regarded. I take a second to examine her more closely as she speaks. Now that I know that I'm looking for something, the bonding is exceptional. It's entirely unnoticeable. Florence smiles and I watch her jaw, bone shifting maybe, or nano work. And has your experience matched our reputation? So far. Thank you for answering my questions. It's time to make my recommendation. I look down at my notes, detailing facts that collect into a silhouette of Florence Sanderine. You'll be making a recommendation now? Yes. I need to save another. Fuck. I don't recommend it. I can't recommend that you have this procedure. I don't think you understand. My family needs me to change my voice. Bodily autonomy, suffering for her family, her show. Her show. You have a show where you're interviewing people. Are you worried it might impact your show if you change your voice? If my viewers are fickle enough to leave because I sound different, then their opinions don't matter much to me. If it hurts my show, then so be it. Making the show is only amusing pastime in any case. Disagree. I know that's not true. You care about the show. It makes you happy. It doesn't change how I view fickle listeners. But changing your voice will still hurt you in other ways. Can there be another option? Other ways to change voice. Have you considered other options for changing your voice? There are non permanent alternatives. Nothing would be as exact as it is required, and anything but modify my body would slight my family, creating the sense that they are too poor to afford the procedure. Ah, okay. Talk to Ellis. Have you spoken to Ellis about not getting the procedure? I haven't. Worried about his response? Are you worried that he wouldn't support you? I know he loves me, but with this, I'm not sure how to make him understand. Advise her to be direct. Approach him and explain what's going on. Ask him for his help and see what he says. If he's supportive, you can then approach your parents together if that seems like the best next step. I may try that. Thank you. Are you worried it won't work? You don't seem confident. I'm not sure I'll speak with Ellis. Getting the procedure is easier than stirring up so much trouble. Worth trying unintentional harm, societal pressure. Societal pressure? You should remind your family that your well being is worth more than their social standing. Lauren shakes her head. You don't understand. This could cost them business deals, lose them friends. Are you kidding me? I can't be responsible for that. Florence's opinion? What do you think is the best way to convince your parents? I don't know. Probably have Ellis speak with them together with me, as you suggested. So you'll speak with Ellis? Yes. I suppose that's all then. Acoustic strings, let's go. Florence gets up with a smile. Thank you for your non recommendation. Honest assessment. I strive to be honest in my assessments, both with myself and with clients. I hope I'm being honest with myself as well. I'm glad that I chose to come here. And with that, the siren is gone, along with all her glittering splendor. I am going to be in so much fucking trouble. But I don't think she should have done it. She wasn't doing it because she wanted it. And she doesn't even know how much of her is altered. So, that's not. I take a breath and decide to finish some paperwork for my consultation with Florence. After getting through half of it, my hand drifts to my mug and I realize I finished my tea. I get up to refill it and stretch my legs a bit. As I enter the lobby, I notice Ocean walking in. Oh, hey Jen. Light, friendly. Back again, I see. Here for the procedure? Yeah. Dr. Sol has a lot of experience. You're in good hands. I'm sure. Do I just wait here or... Oh yeah, she'll come get you when she's ready. I'll let I'll let her know you're here. Alright, cool. I type a quick message to Soul saying that Ocean's here. Small talk? Are you excited for your trip? Yeah, I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Glad to hear it. Just then, Soul steps out from the surgery. Hello, Ocean. If you're ready, you can follow me. Ocean offers me a smile and follows after Soul. Soul nods to me before closing the door behind them both. I head back to my office with a lingering smile. It's nice seeing how happy Ocean is, and it doesn't hurt that they'll be paying the rest of their fee today. Later that day, when I get home, I notice Nibbles hasn't eaten today. Oh no. I pull her into my lap and run a hand along her ears and count my breaths. I offer her some kale and feel a bit relieved when she starts chewing on its corner. Unpack? I glance at the stack of boxes waiting unpacking and fatigue preemptively settles on my shoulders. I pull out kitchen appliances I have no room for and hazardly squeeze them into my limited counter space. A lot of them end up beneath the kitchen table. I sigh, another reason it'll be some time before I have guests. I decide to get to bed early, feeling restless and wanting the day to be done with. Okay, submit. I turn off my phone and drop it on my bedside table, face down. Florence's smile haunts my thoughts as I wrestle with sleep. I hope she can get the support to stand up to her parents. Sleep. I wake up at 3 in the morning with a start. Breath shaking, I try to lie back down and relax, but I can hear my blood rushing in my ears. My fingers twitch and my legs don't want to settle. I sit up and try to think of a way of distracting myself. I don't get much sleep that night. Later. My alarm goes off and I turn it off, already awake, halfway through making coffee. I sigh, it's going to be a long day. I get into work and notice Florence sitting at the reception. She's not supposed to be here. Approach? I turn slightly and begin walking towards her. She looks up as I approach. Hi, Jin. Friendly? Hey, how are you doing? Well, thank you. You're here for a procedure? Yes. She briefly looks past me towards the closed door to the surgery before looking back. Are you off to see a client? Why is she here? How can you be here? I didn't recommend the procedure. I called Baron and scheduled it with him. There was no way out of this, Jin. And if I had to get this done anywhere, I wanted it to be here, a place that I chose. Right choice? Are you sure you're making the right choice? What other choice do I have? No, this is the best option. Her mood? How are you doing? I'm well. I mean, given that this is... I'm fine, Jin. I hear footsteps and look over to see Sol leaving her office. Everything's ready now, if you'd like to follow me. Lawrence stamps. I'll be right there. She turns back to me. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me a bit, Jin. I'll see you around. Shit, she still does it? She turns and starts heading to the surgery. Sol stays for long enough to shoot me a raised eyebrow before leaving as well. I hear the door close behind the two of them with a soft click. I walk to my office feeling uneasy. She shouldn't be having this procedure. I take a seat and busy myself with paperwork. Some of my fatigue fades with coffee and lunch, and the paperwork is a little less unpleasant after that. Towards the end of the day, I can feel anxiety rising in my chest. No client came in today. I'm not sure that I can save enough money if there's another day like this. Finally, the clock ticks over to leaving time, and I put the paperwork away with a sigh. I can't wait to get home. I take a final glance over my office to make sure I'm not forgetting anything and head out for the day. I'm surprised to see Ocean waiting for me in the lobby. Hey, you got a minute? Yeah? Sure, what's up? Just wanted to let you know how the procedure went. Satisfied? What do you think? Everything you wanted? Yes, I feel happier, more peaceful, and complete. Everything finally feels like it's in place. That's good. That's amazing, I'm so glad. Thanks. Planned trip? You're leaving from your trip tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'm really excited. I take a moment to check the time. If I leave now, I'll make it in home in time for tonight's rerun of Daffodil's petals falling gently beneath the southern sky. Has Ocean more to say? Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Oh, sorry. Am I keeping you? No, not at all. I can catch up on any episodes I missed this weekend. How have you been doing? Honest. Things have been a bit hard lately. My pet rabbit has fallen very ill. I'm really sorry to hear that. It must be hard to deal with. Optimistic. It is, but it's curable, and I'm hoping for the best. I hope so too. Thanks. Um, are you still interested in trying mushroom tea? Oh, Ra! Yeah, I'd love to. I know a good cafe in the mid lowers that stocks mushroom tea if you're free now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Great, follow me then. Ocean turns to lead the way to the cafe. I get back from the cafe feeling more relaxed than I have in a while. I side the tea they gave me into a cupboard with a smile. There's a slight rustling and I look over to see Nibbles. She seems more lively than usual. Check on Nibbles. Nibbles moves towards me as I approach her cage. She's eaten a lot more of her food today and I feel incredibly relieved. Mmm. Let Nibbles out. I open the door of her cage and Nibbles hops over. She butts me gently with her head and I smile, running a hand over her ears. Take a moment for yourself. I take a moment to remember my time with Ocean. I feel like we could be friends, and the thought makes me happy. Is that your chores? I put in a load of laundry and get it started on the dishes as it runs. Trying to keep up my cleaning momentum, I start on Nipples' cage next. She watches me intently, and I give her a little scritch as I finish up. The fatigue I've been ignoring settles into my shoulders. I take a look at my banking app while I still keep my eyes open. I whisper goodnight to Nibbles and pull the blanket up around me. Sleep. Thank you so much for playing through the end of our demo. Please leave a review letting us know what you think. We'd love to hear your feedback. If you like what you played so far, the best way to support us is by wishlisting on Steam. I wonder if there's a way to make sure she doesn't get the procedure or that she can talk to her parents. It is so messed up. I don't think there's a way that in good conscience I could recommend her getting that procedure. But if she's going to do it anyway, game mechanic wise, I should recommend it because then I can try saving the rabbit. But it feels like such a shitty way to do it. So I wonder if there's a series of questions or ways I can do this so that she doesn't do it. But I don't know. But it's a really cool game. Quit. We hope you enjoyed Quality Dreams reasonably priced. There's still a lot we're creating and improving. Wishlisting helps us gain visibility and sends you a notification once the game launches. We are a two-person team, help feed our dogs. Also, the game is launched. It's on Steam. And I think because it's part of the Choose Wisely festival, it's also on sale currently. So if you guys like what you see, you should go and get a copy. Yes, 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 yes. Alright, give me a second. Let me quit the desktop. Quality Dreams, reasonably priced. Holy hell, there's more achievements. There's more achievements I didn't get, but he's alright. We do this, we do this. Why did I have that stuck in my head? Alright, let me. Oops, not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Love limits. You run it. Oh. Thank you, Winking Corvette. You one of two developers this entire week that did not blow out my eardrums with the starting noise. What is this? Okay, give me a second. Options. Full screen. Background, auto speed. It should be fine. Font. Ooh, I might want to change the font. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm gonna change the font because I cannot read the little glitchy one. It's cute though, but I'm dyslexic. I already have issues reading fonts that are super easy to read. Um, save, return. I. The music is so fun. All right. Also, look at this. What is this? How do you how do you play this? What do I do? Try this? How do I do this? Oh, return. I don't know what I clicked. I clicked something I wasn't supposed to click. Is this just here for the sake of being here? Or is this an actual mini game? I don't know. It might just be here just for the sake of being here, and I'm trying to do something and I don't know how I got that menu. However, I'll be right back. Hello? Hello, hello. Mm. Alright, we got game audio. We have mic. Let us go and play Love Limit. Play all episodes. Ooh. The last dregs of my third cup of coffee slide down my throat like cold brown slut. I'm done. Officially. We're getting the bill and going home. Please, Eiren. Let's wait a little more. I'm sure he has a great reason for being late. No. That's what you said 2 refills ago. And I mean it, as much then as I do now. He swore he'd come. Yeah, well, I don't know what ghost you set me up with, but I agreed to a date. One date line. I gestured at the coffee shop at around us. And all I got this afternoon was ridiculously overpriced caffeine at $9.50. Ooh. When I could have made some at home for free. And they say offer free refills? Considering the server glared like she could vaporize me whenever she came over, I paid in stress for each refill. I think she would have been less annoyed if we ordered food. My sister slouches back in her chair at the choice look I give her. We're stuck in this cafe because I humored her. She's had so much success playing matchmaker among her friends that my time finally came around. And as it's what she wants to do professionally, I caved after her endless poking and prodding. Are there professional matchmakers? I know today isn't going as planned, but can't we try to see the bright side of things? For starters, we gotta go walking. I love wasting my time waiting for people that don't respect my time. I mean that thing I do every morning on my way to work? And as a walker, you'd know anything could have happened to your date while he was on his way here. Oh really? Such as? Anything. A car accident, a robbery, or a family emergency. What if he missed the bus and had to hitchhike? What year is this taking place in? Does he not have a phone? There's her overactive imagination going wild again. For 2 hours? Ooh. For all we know, all those incidents happen in succession. Imagine if his leg got caught in a grinder, or a car splashes new clothing with mud, or... Then he should be mature enough to let me know those 2 hours of my life aren't coming back. Okay, I understand, but please for me, can't we wait 30 more minutes? I worked so hard to set this up. No, fuck off. We're going home. Yeah, no, I'd rather go home. The only thing waiting for us at home is that stream you were watching, and the only solace of relaxing in my bed. Come on, that 24-hour fish stream isn't going anywhere. It's not even important. It's super important. Somebody needs to ring the doorbell so those fish can migrate. Oh, I know what they're talking about. This is why I'm concerned about you. Nobody else is spending their entire weekend on that. Yeah. Imagine spending my weekend in my bed watching something I want to watch versus sitting in a cafe waiting for someone that's 2 hours late. Get out of here. They go out and meet people, have grand adventures, get married, have 19 kids. Ew. So you know, there were over 100 people in the live stream before we left. It's even more concerning. Pass me your phone, please. Maybe he sent a message in, yeah? I slide my phone across the table towards my sister. Whoa, charge your phone. Why do you even walk around with 20% battery? It was at 50% before we left. My sister just shakes her head. 2 taps later, the Greet Up logo flashes across the screen. I left everything from my password to create my profile in the app to Lynn. Oh, lame. There are no messages from him. Yeah, even more reason to just get your shit and leave. Whoever my sister was set me up with, it's clear they aren't coming. If anything, the hours I've waited for a total stranger are more than generous at this point. While Lynn has put a ton of effort into this, I'm ready to call it quits. I'm getting coffee jitters, I'm hungry, and I have to work early tomorrow. I'd prefer to be at home, relaxing in my bedroom, than to spend even another dollar here. I've toughened it out thus far because Lynn means well, but is that enough? I've thought it out thus far because is that enough? No, go home. Lynn, I love you, and I know you wanted this to work out, but let's just go. I've wasted enough time here today. But, okay, I understand. I hate to break her heart. Whoever this date was, I doubt he's worth this long of a wait. I flag the waitress down, and my defeated sister pays the bill. She tips well, considering we took up considering time in the service section. Hey, chin up. How about we stop and grab takeout on our way home? Are we okay with that? I'd have to feed you anyways. This saves us both some dishes. Can we order fried chicken? All the fried chicken. We sure can. And we did exactly that. Lynn and I carried our spoils home and spent the rest of the evening watching a movie and eating. It was such a marvelous time that we completely missed the alien invasion until the loud vaporizing bangs rang out. What? I was there in spirit. Achieve ending number 1. Hello, my name is Casper. Turns out ghosting an alien invader is a bad idea. Well, turns out the alien invader could be on time. You're telling me he could go through all the effort of invading the goddamn planet, but he can't be on time? Not worth my time. Just saying. Play all episodes. I stand by my choice. Do I skip it? Yeah. Stick around for 30 minutes. 30 minutes more. That's all they're getting. Following that, we're seriously leaving. 2.5 hours. This person better be so fucking charming. Of course. Gosh, thank you so much. You're more invested in this than I am. That won't be the case for long. He's super cute. How do I tell my sister it takes vastly more than that to impress me? Or rather, how can I share that in a way she'd, she'd parse? My phone rings. I have a notification. Are those my dailies? No, it's a message from him. My sister abandons her seat and squishes in next to me. Look, he says he's sorry for being so late and that he's stuck at work. I knew he wouldn't flake on you. You're 2 hours late. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be so nitpicky about this. You're 2 hours late, which actually means you're 2.5 hours late. Because if you were gonna be on time, you're gonna be early. So you could have realized 30 minutes before the meeting hour that you were gonna be late and you could have messaged me then. Or anywhere between the 2.5 hours. Now, essentially 3 hours because I'm waiting another half hour for you. This is great. He said he'll be done once he completes one last task. What kind of jerk tells you that 2 hours later? Exactly. Maybe he's got a horrible boss. Maybe he's horrible. He apparently invaded the fucking planet. I could seriously make a novel out of all the excuses you give other people. This guy is horrible because not only was he 2 hours late for a date, and then when he realized his date wasn't gonna wait around for him, he invaded the goddamn planet. Unfortunately for my sister, 30 minutes comes and goes without another word from my mysterious date. And he's late. He's even more late. I'm wasting all my fucking time in this coffee shop, which is kind of cute, but still. I collect my bags and pay the bill wordlessly. Lynn follows behind me like a sullen dog. Her head is down, her eyes are dewy. We're really going? Lynn? Yes, we are. 30 minutes is 30 minutes. But he texted. Lynn, enough. You already agreed. Okay. Look, you can set me up another date with some other time. Absolutely not. This would be the one time to do it, and never again. Preferably with someone who actually shows up. I tug the cafe door open, but the world rumbles around me. At first, I fear I'm shaking profusely from all the caffeine I gulped down. But when everyone around me gasps, ducks under tables, and tucks into the doorframe, I think better of it. I huddle my sister beneath a table, but she seizes my arm when I don't join her. Where are you going? To check outside. Get under the table. Enough people are recording on their phones that somebody will catch something. I'll be away for 5 minutes. That's all it takes. Her finger digs into my arm and her eyes beg me to stay. I I can't leave. She's too terrified to be left alone. So I join her under the table. The sky outside turns red and the cafe's trembling intensifies. Glassware tumbles off shelves. Framed decor crashes onto the ground. People cry out and cover their heads amidst the shatters and thuds. Screaming drowns out the rest. What is that? What's happening? Oh god, what are those? What are those? My sister squeezes me as if holding on to me will save her life, but I peek out from under the table. Thousands of saucers descend from the crimson sky outside. Each of them each of them blaring that horrible noise I heard before the screaming started. What the hell? Are those spaceships? Oh my god. Catch that on camera. This is my chance to go viral. I can't breathe. The smooth metallic exterior of each ship are terribly alien. Their engines blast purple flames. Sis, are they really aliens? I think. I don't know what else those could be. I squeeze back under the table with my sister and yank out my phone. My cricket's feed explodes with chirps and chimes. Huh. The trending tags are all about alien spaceships and a concerning red sky. My timeline is an endless scroll of the descending spaceships from various angles in different countries. All the electronics in the cafe emit a horrendous screech. I drop my phone, but Lynn catches it. A live video overrides the social media app I was on. Featured in it is some man with a legion of soldiers behind him. Actually, he's on every screen in the vicinity. My sister pales. Commanding voice. By now, you'd think I'd know the optimal way to deliver these speeches. Someone shrouded in darkness whispers to the man on the broadcast. Huh? Are we live? Well, hello Earthians. My name is Egen. And I'm the prince of the planet Ornthon. I expect my name will be seared into your minds shortly. Since I'm taking over this planet as its supreme overlord. I suggest you surrender within the hour. If you do not, then we will continue our subjugation with force. Egen stares off screen. I fear what drew his attention, especially as I hear jet planes and helicopters. Right on cue, as predicted. This shall be a quick lesson for those with dreams of resistance and grandeur. Gunfire erupts outside, and the crimson sky flashes with red, orange, and white. They're firing at the ships outside. What? Already? I glance outside in time to see the attacking helicopters and planes sucked into a black void. They vanish in a twinkling spray of particles most RPG attacks could only hope to emulate. You're welcome to waste your resources attacking us, but we shall absorb everything fired at us. Your world isn't the first to try a counterattack, and it won't be the last. As I have a prior engagement I'm over 2 hours late for... That's the end of this broadcast. Oh, great. A gut-wrenching dread digs into my stomach. Hearing those words, my gaze slowly meets my sister's. She's paler and sweatier than when I last looked at her. Lynn, why are you so sweaty? To the one I've promised to meet, you have my sincerest apologies for the delay. As I finish my business, I'm on my way. An image appears beside the figure on the broadcast. My face squints back at me. I seize my sister. Lynn, what is that photo of me? I'm sorry, he said he wasn't from here and I skimmed the paragraph he sent. The entire world is seeing a photo of me when I look like a bona fide cryptid caught in the seas, and that's all you have to say? He's the only guy on the app who said you looked cute. Oh boy. We'll unpack that one later. You gave my information to an alien. But he's super cute alien. A very dictator alien. I stare down at my phone. Egen waves enthusiastically at the camera. Eiren, I can't wait to meet you. Oh my god. I curse in so many languages that my sister covers her ears. As invaders descend from their spaceship into our city center, our governor throws himself at their feet. Wait, rather than surrender, there must be something else we could offer you. You could stop delaying me, shrimp. Move. Scrimp. Move it. But we should have a chance to save ourselves, please. Egan taps his chin. Subjugating roles is all that interests me, but my father has been on an awful bit about me settling down. So I propose this. The champion of this role shall be the person I'm already scheduled to meet. Ah! What? But you must pick someone who represents the people. I already chose them. They're no better representative than that. I wheeze. My youthful years drain out of me from the immense stress of Egan's announcement. All conflicts on Ardon are decided through duels between individuals. Only through triumphant victory can matters be settled. Demands are a victor's right, so if your champion can best me in a duel, I'll reconsider ruling this planet. Like a Yu-Gi-Oh duel? That's insane. You're up against some young person who has barely lived their life. I've held a charged saber since the pleasant age of 2. That's no excuse. Please reconsider. You can't place the fate of the world in some random citizen's hands. My answer is final. Besides, my dad already agreed to a duel. We can simply change what's at stake. A duel? I snatched my phone from my sister and furiously backread her chat and greet up. Agent sent an offensively long paragraph in which he speaks excitedly about the date and 30% of it. The rest is a glorified terms and service contract about a duel. Actually, he didn't agree to a date at all until we finished the duel that precedes the entire process. Did you actually read any of this? It's too long. I skimmed it. You know nobody actually reads paragraphs that long. I regret buying her the fried chicken that she wanted in my previous choices. Wait, please reconsider, please. The broadcast cuts out. Everyone in the restaurant stares at me. If I sprint home right now, I think I can make it. That, or I can dig myself a hole deep enough to hide in until this passes. Gosh, can you believe this? I really can't. Actually, no, I don't want to. This isn't happening. You have plenty of life experience. Why was the governor so rude? I grab my sister and shake her. Is that the most important part of the situation right now? My sister heads bobs back and forth. She wobbles like a wet noodle. What am I going to do, Lynn? Date him? Duel him? Can you unscramble your brains for 3 seconds, please? The fate of the universe is in my hands. I can barely walk down the stairs without tripping, and you expect me to challenge an alien? I lurch out from under the table, banging my head in the process. It's a bad look, and certainly a terrible start. Ah, damn it, we're making a run for it. But we already agreed to the terms. You agreed to his terms. You. There was no me in this equation. But I did all of this for with your consent. You duel him. You think he's cute. I gave consent thinking you set me up with a normal... Forget it. We need to go. But you could duel him. Says buy time so he might catch the common cold. Or some hacker can make a computer virus to shut off their ships or something. Now isn't the time for film references. I'm panicking here. I grab my sister's arm and rush for the door. It bangs open seconds before I reach it. Aegis' shocking white hair, red eyes, and regal extraterrestrial garb appears before me. Eiren, I'm here for a duel. No, please no. I duck behind the nearest plant. Unfortunately, it's way too skinny. Egan's gaze burns into mine. You are Eiren, yes? Who, me? Oh no, I don't know who that is. But you're clearly her. I scoop up some glasses and spy on a nearby table. Shoot, what's a good fake name? Nary. Sure, let's go with that. A fake name. I need a fake name. My name is Nary. Nary, huh? That's a rather peculiar Earthian name. It wouldn't happen to be spelled Nary, no? If so, it's surprisingly identical to Aaron spelled backwards. Darn, he caught on. I want to sink through the floor. Of course he sees through that. How could I possibly bust an alien overlord? I'm bristled by your dishonesty, but ecstatic at your praise. Let us duel. He's alarmingly radiant when he smiles. I'm thrilled you've embraced the challenge, duel partner. If I lose, are you seriously enslaving Earth? Enslave is an inadequate term. We aren't savages who'll doom you all. Uh-huh. By the sound of that, perhaps everything will work out. No. Instead, we'll bleed this planet of its resources and assimilate everyone who survives into our Thornian culture. Great, he's a colonizer. That's so much worse. But if I win, you'll spare this planet, right? If those are your terms following the end of a duel, then yes. In that moment, I recall everything I love and loathe about planet Earth. The odds are in favor of what I love, considering all my loved ones, friends, and favorite creatives live here with their friends and loved ones. Okay, I'll do it. We'll duel. My stomach is queasy with nerves at Egan's wolfish grin. Perfect. Name your game. How we do combat is your decision. Hmm. Can I interest you in a round of Marvel Rivals? Or CSGO? Valorant? I rack my mind for what an alien invader would be terrible at, and alternatively, anything I'm so eerily good at that I'd save humanity. The pressure is dually on since everyone who was under a table earlier is filming me now. I glance at my sister and she gives me a thumbs up. Okay, how about we try a children's card game? Oh, we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go! Can I save? Yes. Let's play Yu-Gi-Oh! Return. A children's card game. Wait, a duel, huh? Let's try a children's card game. The crowd surrounding us gasp, but a select few laugh or groan. I expected Ejin to fall within the latter, but he smirks. Perfect choice. It is? Yes, it's been decades since I've had the pleasure. Wait. He runs his palm down the right arm from his wrist to his elbow, and a mechanical chime rings out in the cafe. No fucking way. An arc of light covers his forearm, and a dual platform latches onto place with precise clicks. I'm so fucking dead. Assemble your deck, challenger. But I have no deck on hand. I didn't expect him to know what I was talking about, let alone be so prepared. On what other planet did he practice this that I don't have the advantage? And I bet it's too late to back out. Out of curiosity, is it possible to change means we used to duel now? No, your first decision is final. Figures. Then you'll have to excuse me long enough for me to drop by my house and return. My old deck is at home under my bed. No need to dawdle. Asian whistles and two guards appear behind him. You you call, Supreme Leader? Fetch your cards. I'm bringing with anticipation for a battle and I will not have it delayed. At once, Supreme Leader. What deck would she have? A Kariba deck? They vanished in a shower of light particles. What deck would she have? I had a cyber dragon deck. Don't you need my address? We have the information. Andel cataloged the details of every Earthian on this planet. Wow. There are so many privacy violations in that sentence. My brain tries to comprehend how they could have possibly accomplished that. But when I consider the number of corporations determined to squeeze every last detail out of everyone for advertising profit ventures, it suddenly makes a lot more sense. The zappy whoosh of the guards returning brings me back to reality. Supreme Leader, we've retrieved the object. They plop my box of cards onto the table. Let me know when your preparations are complete. I realize that I'm really doing this. I have no choice. I ease into the booth to swiftly rebuild my deck. Ijin gives me some privacy. My hands shake terribly by the time I'm finished. Most of the rules are a jumbled mess in my head because of nerves. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. He joins me at the table, settling in comfortably across from me. Then let us begin. Egan draws a third of his deck on his first turn. I can barely keep up with the long string of combos he stirs together through a dozen cards. By the time it gets to my turn, his side of the table is packed with cards that would be the envy of competitive players. How did he even get these in outer space? I look at the opening hand I've drawn. I've never built any deck with tournament play in mind. I've always built silly themed decks full of rarely used shenanigans. Fuck. And somehow today, of all days, that's what saved me. Huh? I've lost? Egan scans the board state, but there's no mistake. I beat him. I actually won? She won. We're saved. Everyone in the cafe cheers and crowds around me to celebrate my victory. Egan's fist slams down on the table. Everything falls silent. This can't be. My decks are tournament ready. We must play again. Nah, but I beat you. Best 2 out of 3. 30 minutes later, when I've defeated him a second time, Egan slumps over in the booth. The crowd cheers again. Would you like to get best out of 5? I shouldn't tempt fate by asking, but I'm actually having fun playing this old card game again. No, once is a fluke, twice is the truth. Is that some Orthonian saying? He draws a palm over his arm and his dual platform disappears. Are you As you are the victor of our match, you may name your terms. I'm so shocked by the fact that I beat him that nothing feels real for a moment. I can demand anything of Egan at this moment, and he must honor it. What are your victor's demands? Will you really give me anything I ask for? Yes, so long as it's within my power. There's a certain inflection to his tone that gives me pause. Earlier, his gaze held a touch of amusement and dwindling interest, but now he's gazing at me the way I probably look at animals I want to pet. I feel like this is a trick. Safety for my loved ones, safety for planet Earth. If I say safety for planet Earth, does he take that to mean the planet itself and not the people? Or what? And if I say safety for my loved ones, huh. Let's see what planet Earth says. I'd appreciate it if you didn't subjugate our planet. Egan huffs. You picked the most boring thing you could have asked for, but sure, done. Thank you. I've given this planet amnesty. Move the ships. At your command, Supreme Leader. His alien comrade appears and vanishes so fast, I have whiplash. I thought Egan was talking to himself. Egan snaps his fingers, and the red world outside regains its proper colors. Well, I'm happy I kept his word, but it must be stressful having everyone act on everything you say the second you say it. Is your heart made of antimatter? Why would you rescue your planet? Because it's the right thing to do, and I like it here well enough. His gaze is incredibly peculiar because of its immense intensity. If that's all, I'd like to head home before the stress of all this is actually hitting me. I'd like to crash in private. Egan rises from the table when I do. Wait, did you need something else? Yes, you. Huh? What? I haven't had such a thrilling match in eons. You're welcome. Goodbye now. He kneels before me with a fist across his chest. My thoughts spin so fast it makes me dizzy. Why is he kneeling? What's the fastest way out of his conversation? Marry me. No. A shock of gasp floods the cafe. My sister squeals like she saw her favorite boy band celebrity. A shock of uh, politely declined. This alien is crazy. Sorry, but no. That's unfortunate. He bows his head and then raises it after a moment. I've never been so utterly smitten with anyone being in my entire existence. Please reconsider marrying me. The resources of millions of pounds will be at your disposal. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious. Wait, did he say millions of pounds? What kind of stuff would aliens accumulate? Hold on. I'm getting sucked in by greed. That's enough. Look, it's a no. We don't know each other. I will remedy that during all the years we spent together. How about no? Please stand up. I will marry you. I don't want a husband. Then I'll be your wife. Oh. Okay. That's funny. I didn't think that's where that was going. That wasn't the issue. Egan reaches inside his clothing and tugs out the faintest space rock I've ever laid eyes upon. It hums and glows with ethereal blue light. It's so gorgeous, in fact, that I have to suppress my baser instincts to snatch up his shiny as if he were some boss I defeated in an RPG. I'm no better than a crow. I already said no. Goodbye. Oh no. Do not be your wife. I seize my sister and sprint home so fast I probably set a new world record. The wind in my ears drown out Egan's protests. Our front door slams close. I twist both locks into place and struggle to catch my breath. My heart pounds so hard that I feel like I'm choking. This is right up there in the top tree. Top 5 worst days of my life, Lynn. My sister leans against our front door, laughing. What do you mean? That was amazing. I would have accepted this proposal if I were you. Do you know how much publicity you'd get? You're more than welcome to go back for him. Absolutely not. He adores you, Queen of Games. Quit it. Gosh, think about how popular my matchmaking business would have been if you'd accepted. Ah, I see. Someone is consumed by greed, with little money signs in her eye. We could afford a house. We'd be better off than someone who won the lottery. I clutch my head at the psychic damage her words deal me. No, we're forgetting today ever happened. You dare just save the planet, but you expect that to happen? From now on, I don't exist. I'm going to lay so low, people will walk over me without realizing I'm a person. My sister cackles with sheer delight and eases away from the front door. She rubs my back comfortingly. Okay, I'm done teasing you, but seriously, what you accomplish is phenomenal. You saved the planet from invasion. I guess it's pretty cool, huh? It's beyond that. You're amazing. It'll be even more amazing to put all this behind me. You bet it will. And what better way to do that than having takeout before going to bed? Of course, if there's anything my sister never forgets, it's food and romance. Sure, pass me the phone. I head to bed with my stomach full and relax into a dreamless sleep. I don't know where those aliens will go, but I'll take solace in the fact that everything will be back to normal tomorrow. Or not. Two hunks of metal close over my arms the following morning with a firm clank. I glance up the two alarming, beautiful, fragile looking men who cuffed me before I could have a sip of coffee in my living room. Handsome alien A. Nary Reeves, you're being detained. Do not resist. The peaceful sleep I had last night drifts away in the wind. Lynn's as still as a statue nearby with half a bagel in her mouth. I'm sorry. Why? Did you think your life would go back to normal after what you did? What did I do? Lynn, what's going on? I don't know either. They're both cute, so I open the door. Where are our parents? Go live with our parents. Leave me alone. Every day, I worry more that my sister will be kidnapped by someone who tricks her into joining the black market solely because they're beautiful. Is that seriously the only reason you opened the door? When she looks away guiltily, I give up. She and I may live on the same planet, but clearly we don't exist in the same universe. We haven't since childhood. I'm sorry, but again, why am I being arrested? Better yet, do you have a warrant? Handsome alien B twirls his glimmering locks and produces a document. Do you think we're brutes? Of course we have a warrant. You violate Section B of Orthonian law, which mandates you must honor all agreed upon terms of a duel. But I dueled Egan and won. Our business was over. It wasn't. Are you kidding? What did I miss? Why, your date, of course. Oh. I'm about to tear my hair out. You agreed here and agreed up that following an amicable duel, you'd partake in a casual date. Well, this is after the duel. We can go on a date now. As that portion of the agreement was left unfulfilled yesterday, you're being detained. You can't be serious. We're completely serious. And how could you be so cruel, Earthian? Our prince remained in the cafe until closing for the likes of you. He did? In the wedding dress? He's a laughingstock of your planet now. There are clips of him all over infernal apps. WooTube and WickWalk, or of him abandoned at the cafe. Alien B whips out a device that looks eerily like a tablet. There are thousands of trending videos of Egan alone at the cafe I dished him at. Countless compilations have a desaturated Egan with rain effects and sad violin playing in the background. Others have edited various sparkles, flowers, or animal ears onto him and are worshipping him as their new internet baby girl. You must be kidding. I saved the world and it turned the alien overlord who absolutely would have subjugated Earth into a meme. Those are the times, honestly. I'd laugh if it wouldn't worsen my situation. I would still laugh. Instead, I adjust my glasses. Wait, I don't wear glasses. Are these the ones I snatched yesterday? I take the glasses off and silently apologize to the strangers I snagged them from as I tuck them into my breast pocket. Look, they're calling him Rizless. We know what that means. We looked it up. He waited 4 whole hours for you to return, and now his reputation is tarnished. Is that the real reason I'm being arrested? No, you're being arrested as per the warrant terms. This is but an extra transgression of yours. Okay, so I just have to date Egan to make amends, right? Where's our new date location? Prison? It was a joke, but the Orthonians look at me like I'm some kind of deranged savage. It's with great reluctance that we escort you back to the mothership. You do well to keep your mouth shut until then. Well, that should be easy enough. Says you're really going? I doubt I have another choice. You could resist, but then we'd have to seal you in the transport cube. As I'm sure you've never condensed to a ninth of your size before, I suggest you come willingly. Yeah, I definitely don't want. I don't want whatever that is. Okay, leave me to Egan. Let's get this over with. The inside of the mothership is concerningly clean and sterile, and everything around me glows and hums. Handsome alien A and B's guard beside me, showing no sign of leaving. I guess they don't trust me not to bolt again, which, as ill advised as it would be, is absolutely something I do. I'm terrified out of my mind, but I'm quite immaculate at masking it. All things considered, I have all those years in customer service to thank for that. A space door slides open and an alien wearing similar clothes to Egan comes through. There you are, contract violator. He dismisses the aliens that escorted me with a wave of his palm. I trust they filled you in on why you're here. Yes, sir. Good, then I'll skip the formalities. You have violated Orthonian dual law and we've offered you a chance at reparations. I get it. Where's Egan? I'll apologize and then take him out on our date. Though, to be fair, he was insanely late first. I'll stop you right there since you clearly misunderstood the gravity of what you've done. Our prince fulfilled all his contractual obligations to you, every last one. One date is not enough to remedy that. Do I have to pay money or something? You think that measly Earthian currency would suffice for the transgressions you've committed? I'm not getting married to him. He glared at me as if I insulted his mother. Wait, does he have a mother? How do aliens' family work? A single paltry handful of hours is but a scrap of paper in a blazing bonfire compared to what you owe now. Okay. The simulation will not stand. You must increase the amends by 3 times that of the original investment. So 3 days instead of 1? Correct. Okay. What the? Why did he have such a grandiose build-up for something that he could have answered in 1 sentence? The aliens unfold a scroll. The term violator henceforth shall validate these terms with the infringement upon party. If you select any Arthonian other than the harmed party, you will render the aforementioned dual terms void and recompense shall be entirely on your of Earthian planet. Pardon, could you repeat that? The term violator henceforth shall validate these. No, just the last part. Recompense shall be the entirety of your Earthian planet. But I saved the whole world yesterday. So you did, until you left that cafe. Oh, that's how they get you, with the bloody fine print. Failure to honor all 3 dates within 1 Earthian week will render the aforementioned dual terms void, and recompense shall be the entirety of your Earthian planet. Failure to reconcile faithfully with appropriate attitude during each date will render of the aforementioned dual terms void. Recompense shall be the entirety of the Earthian planet. Any attempts to terminate this contract will render the aforementioned dual terms void, and recompense shall be the entirety of your Earthian planet. The scoring of your efforts will be observed each evening by 2 other chief Orthonians, so we're having chaperones. I can already see it. The internet might be dunking on Egan now, but they'll be ripping me apart later. My total failure to save the world will extinguish any chance I had at descendants, and that's if the aliens don't take me out first. If you understand, then sign here, here, and here. I signed the document. 3 dates is a cheap price to pay to save the universe. The alien rolls the documents back up with a jerk of his wrist. I'm pleased that you understand your situation, but displeased you ask so few questions. I have a few other choices, and my heart may give out if I have to hear that Earth is the price for my failure again. Not true. You could forsake the entirety of your Earthian planet. At this point, I'm convinced this guy enjoys saying that. Where's Egan? Preoccupied. He will seek you out once he is informed. And who are the chief Orthonians that will be observing us? Nabo and myself. I suggest you carefully consider how you offer your reparations starting now. And your name is? Andel. And what does scoring entail? The harm party will and must score each of the days they spend with you out of 100. Why do they sound kind of like glorified job interviews? You may only leave the ship once you've hit the green button affirming you once again agreed to the terms I've laid out to you, and that you understand them. The alien gestures behind me and a switch with 2 buttons rise out of the floor. One is red and the other is green. Once you've hit the green button, I'll remove your imprisonment. I suppose he's talking about my handcuffs. They're seriously heavy. I'd rather have them removed sooner as opposed to later. So I approach the podium with the buttons. I can't imagine Egan will score me well considering the bad blood between us yesterday. However, there's nothing I can do about that now. I cast a longing glance at the red button. However, I'd rather not doom the world, and I understand everything Adele said. Uh, red button. Unfortunately for Adele, I was born a curious gremlin. I want to know what he'll do now that I've pressed the red button. As you don't understand, I'll explain everything again from the beginning. As you violate. Oh, I did this to tease him, but he's actually explaining it again. In Greed Up, Lien, who serves as your proxy and your guarantor, agreed to a deal with which you decide the terms of, and our urchin Fritz had to fulfill. Following that deal, you two were supposed to have an amicable date at a coffee shop, one more sip. The moment you showed up to the date location at the specified time, you agreed to the terms, whether you were informed of them or not. However, he was not there at the correct time. Ignorance is not an excuse on Orthon. We take our promises seriously, and our duels even more so. He promised to be there on time, and he wasn't. The punishment for the party who fails to uphold their terms is typically altering their matter into something beneficial to Orthon. However, you were spared of fate by His Highness. Instead, you must make amends in the form of 3 dates, all of which will be honored with a jovial attitude before an entire Earthian week passes. If you fail to do that in any capacity and bring further harm to that paltry dignity of our princess left, we'll seize Earth as compensation. If you understand now, kindly hit the green button. Red button. I strike the red button again. For about 3 minutes, Andel stands across from me, back straight, glasses glinting atop his head. Just checking, but you don't understand what I've now explained to you twice, and that's why you hit that button again, yes? That's correct. It's a bold-faced lie. If you require information to be explained in a specific manner, I can do so, so please do inform me. Once more verbally should suffice. I see. Then, once again, you didn't fulfill your part of the agreement. You will seize Earth. I trust you understand now. Hit the green button. Hit the red button. The longer Arundel stares at me, I wonder if I'm serious, the funnier this gets. I've already committed. I must know how many more times I can do this. This is true. Adele takes a deep breath. What was that? Wait. Zalguth, you're giving your worst trials to your most exhausted combatant. Since you are a simpleton, I will explain in the plainest terms possible once more. If you do not date Ejin, it's goodbye to your planet, understand? And if you hit that button again, I'll speed up that process. He snaps his paperwork upwards. Now, the green button, if you would. This time, I ought to do it. Red button. But the rebel in me hovers the palm over the red button. I bite my lips to keep a straight face at the incredulous look Adele gives me. Then I swing my palm down. And I do it again. Adele vaporizes you, but it was worth it to hit that awesome button. Like, come on, it's red. You really push these buttons. It's worth it. Alright. Alright. Hit the green button. After a moment of consideration, I press the green button. My meeting with Egan starts with the whole fiasco. I only hope it'll be easy to fix. Other than the neat sound the button made, there's no noticeable change. Adele sniffles a laugh into his palm. Why is he laughing? Now I'm nervous. Your only choice. I'm certain our prince will be positively bioluminescent at your decision. You may leave. I will contact you within the hour. The air around my wrist heats up, then my handcuff clunks to the floor. Return home. If we cannot locate you within the hour, you will be rendered the aforementioned dual terms void. Recompense shall be the entirety of your Earthian planet. Enough, dude. I understand. Thanks, Adele. I'll do that. The spaceship door opens and a wide ramp allows me to walk down into the city center. However, unlike my convoy to the mothership, there's a mob of people below. Oh, a contract violator? Yes. Best of luck to you. As you Earthians are fond of saying, you'll need it this time. Oh, he was laughing because I have to date his prince. I see. The ramp transforms beneath my feet when the door closes. I slide down the asphalt, scuffing my jeans on the pavement in the process. Ouch, jerk. But Adele's already out of earshot. The massive crowd is full of people taking photos, dining, and chatting. There are news vans and protesters alike. It's a haunting amount of people. There she is. She finally came out. Every last person in the mob focuses on me. Miss, please tell us how it was inside the mothership. I'm sorry, I don't have time to chat. I need to head home. We only need a second. Did you get probed? Huh? People crowd me and push in so close I can hardly breathe without getting a mouthful of microphone foam or an eye full of flash glare. How long have you been in contact with these aliens? I don't want to talk to you people. Let me pass. Does this invasion have any connection to Area 51? When are you leaving Earth? How many inhabitable space colonies are in our solar system? Did they tell you? Please let me through. Just one question. I don't want to answer any questions and I have something time sensitive to do. Please move. For the sake of humankind, you ought to answer, young lady. I'm blinded by the amount of photos people take of me. Who even uses flash photography in this day and age? Ugh, hey, stop. But the cameras keep flashing. Nausea shoots through me as though I'm just playing a game with terrible first person camera physics. Never in my life have I wished Lynn was with me as much as I do now. That's enough. Agent drapes fabric over me, cutting me off from the crowd. He rests a hand on my back and guides me forward. I hold on to his arm to steady myself. A line of his soldiers have parted the crowd, though an eerie hush has fallen over them. There's finally enough room for me to walk and breathe. Supreme Leader, the route is clear. Thank you, but it's not the primary concern. Neri, are you okay? No, I feel sick. Also, I called myself Neri, but it's Aaron, isn't it? Anyway, and I can barely see thanks to all the flash photography. My grip on his arm tightens. I just want to go home. Let me assist. Ah, my house. About 20 minutes later, we ease through the front door. He sets me down gently in the living room. Hey, water, now. Yes, Supreme Leader. There's a tall glass of water between my palms a moment later. I drink some. It soothes my strained throat. I'm so happy to be home, but a whole news van convoy is outside, filled with people intent on invading my privacy. Lynn was right. This publicity won't go away in a day. Do you feel better? Marginally. I shall accept that as an improvement, no matter how slight. Why did you leave the mothership alone? Are you kidding? Andel dumped me outside like I was garbage. He told me to hurry home so I could meet you. You have my sincerest apologies. That will not happen again. But me getting mobbed by that crowd will. I open my mouth again, but hold my tongue after seeing Agent's troubled expression. I'm allowed to be angry, but that what's the point in yelling at him specifically? According to his customs, he didn't do anything wrong following my win yesterday. And the excitement he had about meeting me was genuine. The fact that he's an alien from another planet can't be helped. I realized then how quiet it is and that Agent's waiting patiently for me to finish. I have nothing else to say, so don't look at me like that. You seem like you had many grievances to divulge. I did, but forget it. Then, as I may only assume, correct me if I'm wrong, I apologize again, Neri. I understood Earthians were a curious bunch, but I didn't expect them to be so rude. In the interest of disrupting your life the least while fulfilling our contract, I'll do something about this. How? Not even celebrities can manage that, thanks to gossip magazines and overzealous fans. I've given you my word. Please trust it. He has such unwavering promise in his eyes that I nod my head before I've thought any more about it. Besides, it'll be difficult to court you if we can't have any time alone together. I will return at the promised time. I glanced at the clock. There's still another half an hour before I'm supposed to officially meet Ejin. And he was late. What exactly does he plan to do in that time? What exactly did he plan to? But he's gone. Air remains where he once stood. It won't be easy to solve the issue with the press. Ejin won't be late, right? Though I suppose if he is this time around, it'd be a shortcut to me saving the universe. I guess I should shower. After all, I only had enough time to brush my teeth and make coffee before I was dragged out of the house. The very cup is still sitting on the coffee table. Ah, okay. The sounds of showers. 26 minutes later, I feel more presentable than cute. It'll have to do. Agent will be here in a few minutes. Concerningly, I haven't seen Lynn since I returned. Lynn, you home? I send her a text when there's no reply. The front door opens, I gasp, seeing my sister. She's red faced and teary. Lynn, what happened to you? What should I do? I may have to give them back. Huh? Look, before that, close the door. The news vans are gone. All of them. The block is completely cleared. Whoa, you already got rid of them all. Yes, you did. Isn't it horrible? Huh? My sister flails her arms. I worked so hard to corral everyone who's anyone else out our door, but Agent ruined everything. Wait, you call those privacy violators? Of course, how am I supposed to monetize this if nobody can see you? Damn it, Lynn. Have you no clue how hard it was to get home? They practically trampled me. I'd love to get trampled. Anyone who's anybody gets trampled. Hey, do you hear yourself? Do you? My stream ended abruptly. I think Egan jammed the network. I can't give back all the Uber chats I got, and I promised my viewers an exclusive. My sister seizes my shoulder and starts patting down my clothes. What? Stop. I'm finding a spot for the body cam. Lynn, I think you're actually crazy. What's crazy is letting the opportunity slip after how hard I worked. Can I live a day in this house without you hustling everyone you meet for $1? Have some integrity. Integrity keeps you poor. Put on the cam. She practically tears my clothes open, but I nearly tear her hair out. Hands off. Cooperate, Demon. What kind of sister are you? Not one you can walk all over, that's for sure. The doorbell rings. Lynn and I freeze in the midst of our fight. I've put 2 fingers up her nose to fend her off, and she's got a death grip on my wrist and ear. A familiar humming gently reverberates through our home from outside. Nary. My sister pats me down, steps back, and is a picture of excellence as she skips over to the entryway. She tugs the door open. Brother-in-law, come in. Oh, you shameless. Sister-in-law, it's good to see you. Egan's equally as shameless. He sat up without missing a single beat. He eases the door closed behind him and offers my sister a luxuriously wrapped package as big as her head. I hear it's earthing custom to bring a gift for one's host. Oh my gosh, you don't have to, but thank you, you're not the host. While she's staring open the package with noise is so shamefully gleeful, I worry our mother is preparing a slipper to throw it from across the country. Egan crosses to me. I'm punctual this time. Huh? Oh, yes, you are. Great job. Shall we head out? He gives me a once-over. You look beautifully combat ready. Oh, thanks. You too. Those pants are a brilliant choice. You like them? Exceedingly. You'll have enviable mobility. Mobility for what? Scream. My sister's excited screech distracts me. Egan's men fill our entire foyer with presents, clothing, and baskets of goods, and more keep coming. Any forced place to live here? Shush! My sister gives me a glare that all the demons in hell would tremble seeing. Brother-in-law, are all these for us too? They are. It's the least I can do considering you're hosting us. Wait, what? Who's hosting who? The mothership was parked at your city center until they gave me this. Egan places a yellow ticket on the palm. It's from the O's police department. Pretty ballsy of the police to ticket an alien prince. Your mothership was blocking a flight path and they threatened to fine you if you didn't move? Yes, so I've relocated to the airspace above your home at present. I suppose that's why he's laying it on thick with gifts, considering he helped me out earlier. I'll let his spaceship be. Oh, you can move right in alongside the gifts. What she means is, you're free to park your ship where it is. Thank you. Shall we commence with our date? Yes, let's go. My sister... Well, you can't choose family. I stride towards the door, and Ejin follows. We have to climb over the mound of gifts to make it outside the front door. Anytime I struggle with a particularly precarious bit, Ejin offers me a hand and helps me. Should we assist Lynn with getting all this inside before we go? And deny her the chance to roleplay a dragon with impressive horde? I think not. I've never heard those words in that order. What do you mean? You know, dragons and hordes of gold? Egan shakes his head. Interesting. But dating him should be my primary focus. He knows about Yu-Gi-Oh, but he doesn't know about dragon hordes? Egan and I make it downtown, undisturbed. Most people give us curious passing glances, but that's it. I don't know what he did or how, but I'm thankful. Maybe now I can enjoy the day. There's no rule stating I must be miserable while trying to save the world. Considering it's our first date, a classic date would be best. My plan was to start simple and gradually work my way up, adding interest and fun to our dates as we go. Today I'm planning a simple picnic in the park with him. Do we know what he eats? Here's the plan. We're going to buy ingredients from the supermarket, create the food for our picnic, and then enjoy it together in the park. What's a picnic? It's a type of outing where you pack food you make to eat outdoors. Implying that most of your earthy meals are eaten indoors, is a meal outside such a special rarity? I guess it is? I've never thought about it that deep before. If it's such a rarity, what are they doing? Agent points at a passerby devouring a taco while he chats into an earpiece. Is that not a picnic? No, that's someone walking and eating. He's probably working. He points at a young woman on a bench finishing a crepe. Then that's a picnic? No. She brought out at the stall next to her. He points at a third person, absolutely demolishing a bento box with rolls, onigiri, and some type of salad. What about that picnic? Again, us having a picnic would tell you more about it than trying to decipher what it is from various strangers. How confounding. I'll patiently await your answer on this picnic. I laugh a little despite my situation. Now that I'm meaningfully spending time with him, this is kinda nice. Looks like he isn't holding a grudge about yesterday either. Come, we'll buy ingredients first. Think about what you'd like to eat while we shop. I grab a cart and pile it around the supermarket, scooping up ingredients as I go. What a peculiar instrument. Instrument? Oh, the shopping cart? Egan stares pointedly at our shopping cart. A container used to hold other containers of varying shapes and viscosities. Why are there holes in it? I've never considered that before. Then consider it now. If its purpose is to hold things, why not make it a solid? I'm guessing in case things break, that it's easier to clean up. Probably because it's cheaper, and also so you can see what's inside. Then why not simply stare into the cart? Stare into the cart, ponder the cart. Not every human is tall enough for that. Egan gasps. Where are these fabled little Earthians? I must take one back to... This is like the Santa's elf jokes all over again. Unless you want a very startling title from the police, I don't think you can. And what moniker is that? Egan, we're here to shop, remember? Here. Oh, they mean children. That's even worse. I tear my grocery list in half. If you would kindly fetch the rest of a duel at last. I prepared myself for this moment. Huh? Wait. He slaps the list I gave him against the alien wristwatch instrument on his arm. A shower of particles shoot out from the screen and all ingredients I had left to buy circle through as holograms. You're finally challenging me. I'll fetch everything on the list. Count on me to complete this quest before you. Hey, hold on. I wasn't... He races away into the store without hearing another word. Frankly, I don't trust him to return with everything we need. Hell, I didn't get to ask him what he wanted to eat at our picnic. I'd hoped to bring that up naturally while shopping. He doesn't even know what he's buying. In the end, I pick up all the ingredients I need without seeing Agent again a single time. Which is why it's especially surprising when I finally spot him waiting by the entrance, bags in hand. Neri, I've bested you. Have you? That wasn't a competition. Of course it was. It wasn't. We're dating each other today, remember? Yes, hence why we're dueling. All courtships in Arthur is like this. A receipt materializes on his wristwatch and 3D pins in real time. When it's finished, he passes the paper to me. Behold my powers of Earthian culture. He actually found all the ingredients I asked for, and it seems he was done 7 minutes after we separated. He spent a whopping $89.78. It's a staggering price considering I told him to fetch diced chicken, celery, red onion, butterhead lettuce, and bread. Oh, I picked all this up too. Look. I pass him my receipt. Impossible. How come your bill is only $34.82? We collected the same items. I shop here all the time and use their coupons. Nobody can pay those inflated prices without them. They blew up the prices and that's how I lost? Uh-huh. That's not all. You know what? Sure. It was the corporations. Blast. I've invested once again. I think it also helps that the butcher here likes me. He always sets aside the best discount meat for me. Gah! I cannot defy him. as I too would have given you a deal on my meat. I hate this. Don't laugh, Neri. Whatever you do, don't laugh. He's very serious about that in a completely innocent way. If you're done, shall we head back to my house? Yes, I'll race you, and this time I'll win. Oh my lord. Again, it's not a competition. We can go together. Yeah, okay. He hefts his bag high and sprints out the door. We walked here together, but I suppose I'll be alone on my way back. I didn't intend to battle him, but if he's going to jump at every opportunity, I may as well humor him. This is gonna get old real quick. I make it home and set my bags down in the foyer to rest my arms. Egan's nowhere to be seen. His spaceship is parked above our house, so I doubt he's lost, but then where is he? Actually, I don't see him or any of the presents he gave us. Did Lynn pack up everything already? After setting the bag on the coffee table, I hunt for Egan and my sister. I open the front door and step out onto the street. I hear labored panting up the block to my right. Egan's carrying his groceries, but he's sweating profusely. Based on the gestures of the guards surrounding him, they're begging him to relinquish the bags, but he keeps refusing. He stiffens when he sees me. You've won again? He bounds over. How? I took exact route back and didn't see you pass me. I point to the bus stopping, dropping people off across the street. Transit is how. Vehicles were allowed? I ran for as long as I could. Egan's arms go limp. Supreme Leader, I tried to tell you. Enough. I wish to head inside. This planet's sweltering sun and heat mixed with the persistent weight of the sustenance is unbearable. Well, the chicken's probably bad. He slinks inside and places his grocery bags near my sofa. He flops onto the couch and sinks back into it. As he's still breathing hard, I pass him some water. Thank you. Egan's scarf materializes beside me, sprinkles a powder into Egan's water, and then vanishes. After a stir, Egan sips at it. I wonder what that powder was. When you're ready, we'll start on the food for our picnic in the kitchen. Egan nods and sits up. He's barely caught his breath, so I squeeze his shoulder and encourage him to rest longer. You don't have to come now. Wait until you feel better. The time is now. Egan, you can hardly breathe. That's no excuse. I shall prepare for the next thing. It's a brief glimpse into his grueling Orthonian schedule. No, relax. We have plenty of time before the picnic. You can stay here for a bit. I am ready. I can't get through to him. His competitiveness is too deeply ingrained. So, I sit beside him on the couch. Our next competition takes place here. That's why I told you to stay. Yes, it's time for our next grand duel. He perks up. Yes, and the rules are this. We must relax here for 5 minutes. Whoever relaxes more wins. How will we decide the winner? I hadn't thought that far ahead, but of course he'd asked that. By resting heart rate? That will suffice. Then let's relax. I settle into the sofa and Egan does the same. I check my watch. It's been a while since I sat down and intent on doing nothing. It's harder than I remember, especially as I'm currently focused on picnic prep. I plan to make chicken salad sandwiches and egg salad sandwiches, then I'll chop up some watermelon slices for a light snack. We have ingredients in the cupboards for simple chocolate mousse cup stew. I think that would be fun to make with Egan. Speaking of, I glance beside me and burst into giggles when I see. What on earth are you doing? Relaxing the Earthian way. He's decked out with an eye mask and swathed in a cozy blanket despite the sweltering sun outside. He's got a mug of tea in one hand and a book he can't possibly be reading without sight in the other hand. If that's what works for, I won't disturb you. If that's what works for you, I won't disturb you. You're peculiar. Do you mean that as a compliment? Yes, I only find utterly ordinary things disturbing. What would an alien classify as ordinary? If I think about it too much, I'll fail at relaxing, so I close my eyes instead. 3 neat beeps eventually go off once 5 minutes have passed. Time's up. Egan sheds the blanket and lifts his eye mask. 2 cucumbers flop onto his thighs. I believe you won this one. Congratulations. The guards who've been following Egan around materialize. Pardon the interruption, but based on terms of the duel, you are the winner, Neri. What the? How did I win at relaxing? Each of them tap their wrist and digitized information flashes across the screen. Your resting heart rate was 62 compared to our Supreme Leader's heart rate of 142. On screen has a steady heartbeat, while the other is racing so fast you could stuff it in a sports car and speed off. Why is your heart beating so fast? Are you okay? Egan hides behind one of his palms. I was nervous sitting here next to you. I like you too much. You. That's. I stifle my laughter, but not very well. He gives me a half hearted glare when I really break out in a fit. You're adorable. Adorable. I can take that as a positive emotional response, correct? Yes, you can. Come with me. I grasped Egan's hand and dug him up from the sofa. I can't believe his guards just ratted him out like that. That's crazy work. In the kitchen, Egan stands beside me. We have all of our ingredients on the counter. Our next goal is making food for our picnic. We're making egg sandwiches, chicken salad sandwiches, cutting watermelon, and making chocolate mousse for dessert. The goal is to make the food as aesthetically pleasing as possible within a time limit. I want to be out of here in an hour. The timer starts as soon as we settle on who's making what. I glance up at the crowd of aliens on the other side of my counter. As any good sibling would, I lump my sister in with them. They clap for Egan and I as if we're professional chefs streaming recipes. Sounds quite educational. Supreme Leader, we're rooting for you. Ooh, go sis, this is a much needed break from editing my haul video. Ah, that's what you've been doing. Well, now I know what Lynn was doing. She must have had her headphones on upstairs when I called her. Thanks, but you don't need to cheer. We're doing simple cooking. My bets are on my sister winning this. She's a stellar cook. I'd know. She fed me for years. That may be so, but our Supreme Leader has an impeccable palate. Huh. I'll let you Earthians have never... I bet you Earthians have never had cosmoroni. Like macaroni? I haven't. We should fix that. Then sticks her hand out to the aliens. Two of them hurriedly slap their wristwatches and hunt for what I presume is the recipe. For my sanity, I pretend I no longer know her. Egan, I think it's only fair if we each make one dessert and one sandwich. When you say sandwich, you're talking about that food that uses two pieces of bread with filling between them, yes? I am. I'll let you go first. Choose what you want to make. Interestingly enough, Egan chooses to make. Oh, I get to choose what he makes? Chicken sandwiches and watermelon slices? So he gets a win? The chicken salad sandwiches and the watermelon slices for a picnic. Although he's a planet conqueror, I verify he can slice watermelon into neat triangles before I turn away from my own on my own tasks. I get eggs boiling on the stovetop, set aside the ice bath for them, and portion out everything else for the filling in the meantime. I do the same with the chocolate mousse, then fetch small mason jars to spoon the finishing mixtures into. As I'm pulling the hand mixer from the cupboard, my timer for the eggs goes off. I transfer the eggs to the ice bath, then mix the heavy cream, chocolate, and vanilla extract into mousse. The aliens clap as I portion the mousse into the mason jar, add a dollop of whipped cream, and shave some of the remaining chocolate on top. Once it's transferred to the fridge, I peel the eggs, press the yolks through a sieve, and smash the entire mixture together to create the filling. I wrap 4 filled sandwiches in cling wraps and place them in the fridge. They need to chill before I can cut them aesthetically enough to win the challenge. Since I have some free time, I snack on a few squares of the leftover chocolate. I am once again reminded that baking chocolate is too bitter to be eaten like a regular chocolate bar. Enough time has passed. I unwrap the sandwiches, slice out the crusts, and slice them horizontally so that they maintain their shape in the glass container. I pull out my dessert and display it beside the sandwiches. I'm no professional chef, but it's a beautiful spread, and I finish everything with 15 minutes to spare. The scent of fresh bread stops me. The kitchen is also several degrees hotter, which makes sense since I hear the oven door shutting behind me. The aliens clap and their familiar plonk of a baking sheet. Amazing work, Supreme Leader. Your sandwiches are unparalleled beauty. I'm confused about what those are, but the spirit's there. Egan's sandwiches lay on the baking sheet I usually make cookies on. Sad sandwiches are actually puff pastries. Oh! He cuts one in two and the steaming filling pours out. They're stunning, and I'm impressed by the beautiful golden brown exterior, but a puff pastry isn't a sandwich. Oh, is this the debate we're gonna have? Hmm. My sister lunges up with her phone and snaps photos of my food and Egan's. I finish out a few seconds after you this time, Mary. I point at Egan's tray. What are those? Sandwiches. Those are puff pastries with a filling. A sandwich needs bread. There is bread. I use the entire sliced loaf to make the required dough. How? What? That shouldn't be possible. Yeah. Besides, we call a slab of ice cream between two cookies a sandwich. There's no bread involved there at all. This is true. Lynn, be quiet if you aren't helping me. She draws a fake zipper across her lips and returns to snapping photos. Would you kindly try the sandwich I've made before you reject it? Taste Egan's sandwich? Fine, I'll give it a try. Our audience claps as I collect the piece of Egan offers me. Just lifting the pastry emphasizes its luxuriousness, the alluring, flaky golden brown exterior, and the scent of the gently baked filling. I swallow to keep from salivating and chomp into the pastry. It was delicious. It was so delicious that you forgot your entire argument and the meaning of your existence. Invaded unidentified frying objects. Huh? All right. Let me see. Load. Uh. All right. Me hit the green button. Oh right. I need to skip a lot. Um. The chicken sandwiches and watermelon slices. Okay, skip. Insist you didn't make a sandwich. I pull my sandwiches closer. No, we're not doing that. Look, these are sandwiches. Mine are also sandwiches. Must we argue semantics and terminology? What you've made is a puff pastry at worst and a pie at best. And what is a pie by definition? A baked dish of fruit, or meat, and vegetables, typically with a top and a base of pastry, which is what you made. Can we not then argue the same for sandwiches? Pies and sandwiches are drastically different, and we've reached a stalemate on this. We should resolve it democratically. Lynn, as you would. My sister pops up beside Ian and me. Her fingers fly across her phone. When she finally shows us to it, there are trending polls across various social media sites. She placed a photo of the food Egan and I made wherever she could. Unfortunately, we can't see the results without voting. As the web needs time to work its magic, you two should get out of here. Enjoy your date. She hands me a neatly packed picnic basket and my head spins. When does she pack our food? Lynn's corralling us towards the front door before I can get my bearings. Off you go, kiddos. Leave the cleanup to us and enjoy yourselves. Wait a second. Go on, get out. Bye-bye. You dare withhold the results of our duel? Yeah, huh? Toodaloo. The door slams. I stand outside on the street with Egan. No matter how many times I encounter her, I cannot decode the true demeanor of your sister. Give up on that. You'll be better off. She's always been a whirlwind. I'm embarrassed by Lynn's hazard matchmaking, yet Egan laughs as if he's having the time of his life. You have a fine family. I imagine you have a surplus of fond memories. If you could call it that. I have, and shall continue to do so. What's with that smitten look? May I finally unravel the mysteries of a picnic? Yeah, I'll guide us to the park. The mysteries of a picnic. The sun is hot enough to fry an egg, even on the grass, but we find a spot in the shade. It's one of those days where it's the perfect temperature in the shade, but hot enough to burn in a few minutes in the sun. Egan holds the basket while I set up our picnic. Picnics require blankets. Observed. It's not required, but it certainly makes things comfier. I point to the bottom left corner of the blanket furthest from the tree. Set the basket down there. We'll use it as a weight for that side of the blanket. While we'll weigh down the other three corners. We will. I pat the spot beside me on the blanket. I'm unfamiliar with that gesture. It means come join me. Oh, it's an invitation. He sits on the blanket beside me and leaves about a forearm worth of space between us. The wind blows the comforting scent of his shampoo and the faint undertone of coconut in my direction. Do they use shampoo for their hair? I hand him an empty plate as I unpack our lunch. Do all picnics require two participants? No, you can picnic alone. It's just uncommon. What would you like to eat? Everything you made. He accepts the jar of chocolate mousse I hand him, along with a spoon. Egan scoops out a spoonful of mousse experimentally, before popping it in his mouth. His face lights up as he savors the dessert. We devour our mousse cups in silence before I portion out the sandwiches. The chicken pastries Egan made are noticeably soggier than earlier, thanks to the steam and condensation from them being packed without cooling. He declines the pastries but accepts a generous helping of the egg salad sandwiches I made. Before he can take a bite, an alien guard materializes and sprinkles the powder onto his sandwich. Can he not eat the food? We eat in mutually enjoyed silence once more. However, there are small interruptions whenever Egan grunts in approval while eating, although her hair is super cute. It's difficult for me not to do the same, considering Egan's take on a sandwich is delicious. It tastes like how I imagine winning the lottery when you're down on your luck feels, and that's with it being slightly soggy. I can't imagine how mind-blowing delicious it would have tasted out of the oven. Yeah, so much that you freaking died. Actually, it's better I didn't try it. It's a simple recipe, yet the way Egan makes it is tasty enough that makes me stupid with delight. What would it be like to eat food this tasty every day? Oh, these are delectable. Likewise, I'm curious about your limitations. What can't you do? Oh, plenty. How about you? Currently, the only thing I can do is best you. I know about that, Chief. The pastry sandwich is one good crunch away from giving me an existential crisis. If we're dueling now, based on the taste of the food we made, you definitely win. No, the honor victory is yours. Taste is but one factor. Your natural cooking skills left me mesmerized. Meh, I learned to cook to take care of my sister. It was the least I could do after she left our hometown with me, when I selfishly wanted better than what we had. Do Earthians consider such a motive selfish? Some people do. Are you still a wanderer? Not anymore. I've planted my roots here in Osei. It's a lovely place. What about you? What's Orthron like? It's busy, but it's home. I've never once run out of tasks since the day I was born. Is that busy? That's insane. And if that's the case, then how often has he actually gone home? You take frequent breaks, right? Take breaks from who? I'm quite solid, and I won't be altering my matter anytime soon. Or are you worried about the mothership? I assure you, our safety system is top of the line. I laugh, but cover my mouth with my palm since I'm mid-sandwich bite. No, break as in not break as in fragile or safety feature. I meant break as in you take time to rest, eat, and sleep. I don't quite follow. You sleep, right? Only as I must to keep my mind sharp? Sounds like plenty of people I know. And you eat? I do, but it's different from what you're imagining. Arthonians take tablets as sustenance. The tablet contains all the nutrients we require. I'm guessing that's what the powder is? Can you not take in nutrients from what you're eating now? I can, but it's an infinitesimal amount. Egan tugs his mouth wide open, enough that I can see inside. He has strange, neat lines along his cheeks, with rows of filament nested inside. It reminds me of fish gills. Because of these, powders is absorbed better. Solids, however, are a challenge. Oh, that's fascinating. What happens if food gets stuck in there? Then my tongue becomes my primary removal implement. That's why solids are an enjoyable challenge. Do you lick and prod at it until it comes out? Usually, but there are other tools on the mothership I can use if necessary. Can I see your tongue? His tongue is far longer than expected, and there are sharp points similar to papillae at the tip. To my naked eye, everything else about it seems normal, but I'm sure much more would be revealed if I studied it under a microscope. He rolls most of his tongue back into some kind of storage pocket at the bottom of his mouth. When he's done, it's about the size of a normal human tongue. I'm fascinated, but it'd be inappropriate to examine any more of your anatomy during this picnic. Egan laughs. You're more than welcome to do so if you leave this planet with me. My face heats up. Is he flirting with me? Don't offer again. I don't have enough willpower to say no. When he opens his mouth, I stuff some of his sandwich in it. Aha, tempt me not. Egan's eyes crinkle with deep amusement as he chews. I barely recovered by the time he swallows. You're quite blasé. I feared my earlier disclosure may scare you. I gasp and tilt back with fake shock. I'm offended that you haven't noticed how much of a freak I am. That is... oh, a joke? Yes, it's a joke. I'm having a great time with you. You could split your face in three and spit acid, and I'd still eat sandwiches like this with you. Splitting one's face and spitting acid is more... oh, man. A different trait. Their matter are rather impeccable, considering. What? Okay, enough. You're only making me more curious. He leans closer as I cackle. His eyes glint with mirth. If I'm back in your good graces, I'd like to do that thing we did earlier. What thing? The thing with our hands. You'll have to be more specific. He takes my hand in his. This. Right, I held his hand when I guided him to the kitchen. Oh, no? It's okay, but we still have to eat the watermelon. We each grab a slice of watermelon with our free hands. As before, an alien guard materializes and sprinkles a powder onto his watermelon. Egan holds it flat enough for his guard to coat one side, then he flips it over to the other side. So what exactly is that powder anyway? It's a nutrient-rich plankton native to Orthon. It's easy to culture and harvest, making it practical for long voyages. Does it taste good? Taste is important. It serves its purpose, satisfying all of our nutritional needs. Can I try some? Egan offers a slice of watermelon to me. I lean in to take a small nibble, and it tastes awful. The powder adds a chalky texture to the watermelon, and the flavor has taken on a bitter saltiness, with an almost meaty aftertaste. Egan suppresses a laugh behind his hand as he watches me struggle to maintain my composure. I quickly dug into my untainted watermelon, trying to cleanse the offensive taste from my mouth. I've been told it's something of an acquired taste, and you couldn't have said something before offering some to me. Would it have dissuaded you? Ugh. He's got me there. It's an incredibly enjoyable day, and we stick around in the park chatting until the sun sinks and the soft orange glow of sunset illuminates us. Oh, I wonder what he rates the date as. It's well past 9 p.m. when Egan escorts me home. Only when I'm safely on the front step does he release my hand. Does he release my hand? I pivot and clasp our picnic basket in both palms. Neri, today was a pleasure. Thank you. You're welcome. I had a good time too. There's a lull in our conversation. I understand. I'll see you tomorrow. Yet the disappointment of parting exists all the same. It's the same for me. Egan clasps his hand behind him. I kick a stone off our front step. The hum of the spaceship above us fills the silence. It's surreal. Don't I have to come up to the ship for that evaluation? You're right. He covers his face and snaps to attention. How could I have forgotten something so crucial? Probably because you relaxed for the first time in your life? Is that what relaxing does? It makes you forgetful. Being overly tense does the same thing, so I don't know what to tell you. We don't yet have the results of our cooking competition either. I'll check in with Lynn to see where we're at with that. Let me brush my teeth, change my clothes, and then I'll come up to the ship for my evaluation. I shall eagerly anticipate your arrival. Do more than anticipate. It's a race. Ian jolts. Wait, it's a duel? I rush inside, making the best use of my head start. I return outside in 9 minutes. Two familiar guards await my arrival. Handsome alien A and B, it's good to see you. Every time we see you, you're a stranger, Earthrian. And every time I see you two, you're more Bishonen the last time. Take me up into the ship, please. I'm beamed inside the familiar purple and blue room, but I don't see Egan. Egan, are you here? You must be the infamous contract violator I keep hearing about. A velvety voice. A deep velvety voice I've never heard before addresses me from the gloom. The alien it belongs to steps into the light, and I hold my breath seeing him. He's nothing like Egan, Andel, or any of the other aliens I've met. He looks like I expect a planet-conquering alien to be, with his broad muscular build, scars, and overbearing countenance. Egan's the same height as me, Adele is shorter than me, but this alien is so tall that I feel like an ant gazing up at the breath, the breath, breathe, read it, of an oak tree. The way they spoke of you, I thought you'd be taller, as well as less. His crimson eyes flicker over me, friend-shaped. Oh, I. What's wrong with being friend-shaped? Thank you? And you are? We won't be relevant to each other following this conversation, so there's no need for formal introductions. Freakishly tall alien. That's offensive. Egan and I are getting along great. Seems you haven't considered that may be the primary reason why we won't be relevant to one another. Haven't I offended you somehow by coming here? Everything offends Nabo. Contract violator. Feel free to ignore him. He's such a hulky bulk of muscle that I doubt that's possible. Hi, Andel. Good evening. The space door to my left opens, and Egan rushes out. His PJs are adorable. But why is he suddenly wearing glasses? Actually, everyone on the ship is except Andel, whose glasses are on his head. Also, seeing Andel beside Egan and Nabo, it registers just how short Andel is. Maybe he's got that rancid attitude to make himself seem bigger. Blast. I thought I made it. Andel lifts his stack of papers. It obscures his lips like a fan would for a stereotypical noble lady. She beat you, although you were aboard the ship. You're the most disappointing specimen I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. Hey, that's harsh. Harsh is the only language Andel speaks. Fortunately, he only speaks it to Ejin. But Ejin's lovely. He's thousands of times better than any politicians we've had in the last several decades. Oh my, fortunately, you're young, Earthian. There's time yet for you to develop an accounting for taste. Whoa. His remarks cut straight through the heart, huh? Andel, you may be as rude to me as you wish, but be courteous to our guest. Better yet, shall we proceed with the evaluation? I feel my lifespan decreasing with every second I'm in your proximity. Glorified crown-wearing urchin that you are. My apologies for Andel once again. Neri, let us score today, so you may be on your way. A screen rises from the floor before Ejin, and a platform beneath my feet raises me above the others. Ejin taps a few buttons on his watch, and a digital screen forms before me. The amendment score for day 1 of 3 is. The number jumps around before my eyes, scrolling impossibly fast as though I tug a lever on a gambling machine. The end shows a 0, and the second column is another 0, and number 1 falls in the final spot. My score is 100. Yes, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. 100 is rather generous. I thought you'd give her 10 at most. I lucked out, getting chosen by Egan. I've been here all of 10 minutes, and his crewmates are unbearable. Congratulations, Earthian. You've survived the first day. Why do you phrase it like that? Because you may be vaporized any day you fail horribly enough. What? You can't do that. But I can. It was in one of the clauses of the documents you signed. Oh, you horrible little... Unfortunately, I don't have the pleasure of subjecting Egan to that today. A shame, really. There's seriously something wrong with Andel for him to say that with a smile. You're free to leave. We'll see you tomorrow evening for the evaluation. Andel gestures behind me and a space door opens. I get chills remembering how fast it collapsed into a ramp, so I don't step on it just yet. I notice the crinkling of Andel's eyes. The contract violator learns. What a feat. I can't say the same about the overgrown algae we call Prince. I have a name, you know. Does this halfwit address you by it? Well, yes. That is irrelevant to me. Good evening to you. Andel? He stalks away without a single glance backwards. Whoa. Ignore him. I'll escort you back home. What happened? Whoa, what a piece of work. Says him. Damn. I suck in a deep breath when E and I are back on my front porch. He pulls off his glasses and places them on his watch. The instrument absorbs it in a puff of particles. Why the glasses, by the way? It's an Andel measure. After a certain time of night, he refuses to perceive anyone without spectacles. I now have a deep understanding of how you've been single for so long. Meaning, Naba and Dal are rude enough to scare most people off. Does that mean I cannot enjoy your company tomorrow? No, I'll come over. Alba, I suppose you must be for the sake of your planet. Even if the Earth wasn't at stake, I'd come check on you. I mean what I said. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. Then look forward to our competition tomorrow. Enjoy your rest. You too. I slip inside and collide with Lynn. Ouch! Hey, what are you doing so close to the door? Eavesdropping. You two had such a good mood going on until you vanished, until you visited that spaceship. Speaking of, what is it like inside? I waved like a mad woman while you were gone, but nobody beamed me up. You don't want to go up there. Egan's the only nice one. Oh, don't be so hard on them. They probably woke up on the wrong side of the bed or stepped in some water after donning fresh socks. You need to. First, none of them wear socks, and second, that's so alarmingly specific. Actually, I'm far too tired to get into it with you now. Forget it. Chin up, they probably need time to warm up to you. The aliens who helped me clean up were kinder than I thought. Speaking of, Lynn sticks out her tongue. It's a grain from purple to navy. 100 of white spots speckle her tongue like the night sky. Don't eat Cosmoroni. My tongue's been like this since you left. No amount of scrubbing has changed that. The process of making it melted all our good bakeware too. And what? Who's going to replace that? Don't have a heart attack, I've already replaced it. Can we chat about something that matters now? How was your day with Egan? Oh no, we're not getting into that. I still have 2 days left. I'm heading to bed. No, party pooper, wet blankets, stink in the mud, grumpy gumpins. I walk away and head upstairs. My sister's annoying. Please sis, you have to tell me. I've been dying to know. I figured you'd be too busy flaunting on social media to wonder. Am I so heartless in your mind? I was super worried when they took you away this morning. But I figured things went well since the sky didn't go all red. Thank you for your vote of confidence. If you really hate Beechan, I'll figure something out so you never have to see him again. That won't be necessary. He's a bit clumsy, but... That won't be necessary. He's a bit clumsy, but... He's cute. He's cute, both in personality and looks. My sister gasps and squeals and throws her hands up and does a happy dance. Yes, oh my god, yes, that's amazing news. You two are uber duper cute together. Remember when I told you he was a cute alien and you were like, ugh, a face? Yeah, I remember. Yeah, here we are now. My cranky sister found someone she likes. Like is a stretch, and hey, I'm not cranky, I'm practical. Which is only why you carry a sewing kit, a massive water bottle, and a multi-tool everywhere, right? Do you not have your own bedroom? Get out. And you were thankful for it every time we needed any of them, if I recall. Lynn tosses herself on my bed and scoots over. I'm really happy for you, you know? I was super afraid this wouldn't work out. You were superbly pissed waiting in that cafe, and I thought I'd all but ensure you'd grow old with 100 cats. The whole cat lady thing has to die out, I swear. Anyway. I might still want 100 cats. I might still want 100 cats. Well, if you still want them, I'll support you. Though preferably, I'll support you about a block or two over to spare myself the smell. Are you done taking up my bed? Nah, I think I can spread out a little longer. Treat me as part of the mattress. I plop my pillow onto my sister's face and flop onto her. Her scream is muffled thanks to all the crushing. Ugh, you brute. I ease up and she stands. Lynn? What's up? It was chaos at first, and there's still potential for it to become that way again. Jeez, if you're going to praise me, leave off all the other stuff, won't you? Yes, thank you. It wasn't so bad to get out of the house and spend time with someone else for once. She taps her phone and wipes an imaginary tear away from her eyes. Yes, thank you. It wasn't so bad to get out of the house. My voice speaks out of her device. Oh. Perfect. I'll play this anytime you're in one of those I'm right about this moods. Thanks for ruining it. I lunge for her, but she dodges. Absolutely not. I worked hard for this. At your I'll play this at your celebration of life. Lynn. Anyway. Oh, it's morning. My morning starts off easy and without any interruptions. I sleep in for an hour, take a long shower, and then browse the internet for a good while. My peace shatters when I step into the kitchen full of guests I didn't know we'd be having. Andel was seated at our dining table, finishing the last of a plate of breakfast. Nabos across from him, scrolling a digital screen from his wristwatch. Oh, and his feet are on my table. Well, you certainly know how to take your time. It's a skill our halfwit could stand to learn. Excuse me, Nabo, your feet? Lynn and I eat here. Move them yourself if it bothers you. He keeps scrolling, so I storm over and tug them off the table. Or try to. My hand phases through him, and his pixel distorts before his visage solidifies again. Don't worry about him, he's actually on the mothership. Nabo gives me a hand wave as if to say, see, no harm done. But that's entirely not the point. I don't care if your feet are real or not, get them off my table. Actually, who let you two into the house? I did. I made breakfast for everyone because Agent said it'd be nice for all of us to formally meet. Lynn gestures to the empty dishes before her, but Andella ate it all. And we appreciate your gracious hospitality. How could she eat all the breakfast? The courteous thing to do is have a little and leave enough for everyone else. Eating is a privilege of the victorious. They can't possibly think this is acceptable. I need to do something. Unleash your older sister energy onto them. Oh, I've had it. I don't know where these two learned their manners, but it won't matter in a moment. Lynn, did Egypt mention how long he'll be away for? He didn't, but he left because he said there was something he needed to go grab. Then watch the front door, please. I need to have a chat with these two. My sister swallows as I ease off my house flip-flops. She bills as if she can't get away fast enough. I wonder how you've treated your sister for her to run like that. You need not be curious long. You're about to find out. Though she'd never been the recipient of it, as she knows better the moment she feels my aura. Contract violator, why are you approaching me? You. My morning is lovely, bright, and sunny, and hasn't had any interruptions. I slept in like a baby, took a long shower, and browsed the internet for at least an hour. I'm currently relaxing in the kitchen while the ever so kind Nabo and Undel treat Lynn and I to breakfast. The welcoming sizzle and the scent of cooking eggs, bacon, and sausages, accompanied by fresh toast, is amazing. You two are so nice, right, Lynn? My sister, who's sweating profusely beside me, nods. I can't wait till Egan arrives and sees how wonderful you two are to us. Nabo, I like my eggs over easy. He obediently adjusts to heat. My sister also takes 3 spoonfuls of sugar in her coffee. Andel, isn't that right? It is. Andel lets Lynn's coffee down gently before her after adding the instructed amount of sugar. She sucks air in through her teeth upon seeing Andel's swollen face, but quickly coughs to hide it. She delivers my coffee next, and I take a relaxing, deep sip of it. There's no morning better than this. Nabo sets a plate of food before Lynn and me. Neri, I heard you're awake. Agent cheerfully enters through the kitchen door. He plops into the unoccupied seat beside me. My heart does a little flip seeing him. I'm so happy to see you. His eyes widen when he sees Nabo and Andel. You two, what happened? What exogorth attacked you? Go get treated on the mothership. Andel and Nabo share a look before staring out the window. If they out me to Egan, they're in for another world of pain. We angered a force we shouldn't have. Thankfully, my polite smile is enough warning for them. What cosmic force was that? Doesn't matter, we lost a duel to them. It matters. I must best this formidable opponent neither of you could overcome for the pride of Ornthon. Adele sighs deeply. Then we've already lost. Huh? What do you mean? He studies his comrades, then his eyes fall on me. I swallow. Did he put two and two together? I'd rather not apologize, considering how Naba and Della acted in my home. But Earth is on a fine line. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so harsh. Before I catch the emotion in Egan's eyes, he closes them. Well, I hope you two learned a valuable lesson. It's healthy to be humbled whenever you drift too close to a solar flare. Well, consider the lesson masterfully learned, right? Right? Right. Although Egan smiles, both Naba and Dell tense. Their combined unease is an additional physical presence crowding the room. It leaves me curious about how exactly Egan leads his fleet. Please do enjoy your breakfast. Then you too, beloved Neri. I think beating up Napa and Adele has unintentionally made Egan more into me. I clear my throat, determined to move on. I will enjoy breakfast, but what about you? Have you eaten? He loses all interest in his comrades as he focuses on me. I had a tablet, but I thought it'd be enjoyable to consume solids alongside you this morning. You don't have to. Perhaps not, but sustenance tastes better in your company. Lynn's practiced feral Lynn's practically feral from glee at Egan's obvious flirtation. His gaze rests on the various empty platters on the table. Unfortunately, it seems I dilly-dallied too long. The food's been consumed. You can have some of my breakfast if you'd like. I wouldn't dare. We have a whole day together. I wouldn't want you to be hungry. A tablet shall suffice. My hunger isn't like your hunger. I guess that's okay, but I'm still worried. I guess it's okay, but I'm still worried. Offer him breakfast again? Can you please eat a little more? I'll be worried otherwise. I hand him a slice of toast and top it with condiments, sprouts, tomatoes, and one of my fried eggs. Then I remember how he said solids are a challenge for him. Yet, he's eating. Nabos has a plate before him in what I assume is a discreet offer to abandon the food if he needs to. But Egan finishes the entire slice. I'm not quite the breakfast with you that I imagined, but I'm glad to be in your company. Additionally, have I assuaged your concerns? Partially. Nobody stopped by and applied powder on your food. I've already taken the tablet. It'd be gluttony to partake of another. I guess I worry for nothing. To an extent, but it was enjoyable. You're one of the few people I've had the pleasure of being fretted over by. Is that something you should enjoy? Perhaps not, but I shall, since it means you care. If I hadn't met Endel and Nabo, I'd wonder if anyone on Orthon is as blunt as Egan. While we have everyone here, I'd like to offer proper introductions. We haven't had the pleasure. Egan gestures to Endel and Nabo. These two are the chief Orthonians who accompany me through my travels and conquest. Adele is my faction's esteemed researcher. He represents Orthonian nationalism and is in charge of the seamless integration of the planet's species into Orthonian culture. No wonder he's so unbearable. That's a position of insane authority, and I'm sure he's made plenty of ruthless decisions for the sake of seamless integration. It's his job not to care about anything other than Orthon. But if that's the case, why does he dislike Egan so much? Shouldn't they get along swimmingly, since Egan is constantly securing plans for Orthon? Beside him is Nabo. He's my faction strategist and is in charge of the general welfare of Orthonians. He's my oldest friend, and his mother is my mother's sworn aegis. Should either of them fall in battle, they'll fulfill the motherly obligations of the fallen. So you two are brothers if one of your mothers passes? In earthen terms, yes. However, there are vastly more obligations following that. Sounds like Orthonian families get about as complicated as anywhere else. That said, Nabo was hostile to me too. I hope he isn't Egan's aegis. You mentioned factions. Does that mean you aren't yet the ruler of Orthon? That title belongs to my father. He instructed all of his kin to explore the vastness of space and prove that any of one of us deserves his title. I assume the seat was already yours based on the way you talk. Egan twists his watch around on his arm. Speaking as such is a habit of mine. A deplorable one, I may add. I glance at Adele and he clams up. But you two obviously support him. Otherwise, why would you travel together? You're correct about that, Earthian. Adele glares. Leave me out of your assumption. I'm part of this expedition solely so that neither of them perish. The surface I'm being vastly underappreciated for, considering neither of them can tell goth powder from Nath's Ruth. You're still burning up over that. Both are white talc powder. They're the same to me. I can kill someone with both. Nabo? No, you cretins. One is highly volatile, the other is poison. There's nothing similar about them. Nabo examines his hands. Ends and means, death is the same regardless of specification. You could pretend to care about my contribution. Egan smiles at Andel. Well, I appreciate it. The mothership wouldn't be running without you. The fact that you mean that is yet another reason I can't stand you. You've never once tried to do everything yourself, unlike your siblings. But based on what Egan told me during our picnic yesterday, he's the most hardworking guy I've ever met. I've absorbed everything you've told me, Andel. I'll know which is right when it's actually important, since our many arguments will come to mind. This conversation no longer deserves my input. Enough. Egan's eerily lucky. We've seen evidence of that time and time again traveling with him. May I ask how many other people you're fighting for the throne? 67, if you include all my half-siblings, in-laws, cousins, nieces, and nephews. Then chokes on her coffee. Adele prints a handkerchief from his watch and passes it to her. I don't know whether it's a gesture from the heart or a consequence of the flip-flop I struck him with earlier, but I appreciate it. That's so many people. It is, and each competitor has their own fleet, with which they're conquering planets while we're bound to this one. Perhaps that's why Nabo dislikes me. To him, I must be the obstacle that's keeping Egan from conquering other planets. Then we ought to finish our business as soon as possible so you don't fall behind, huh? Me? Fall behind where? She means your planet's seizure count will fall behind our rivals while you frolic on his planet. Egan taps on his watch with a scoff. A digital screen with numbers and ranking appears before us. The number next to Egan's name spins so rapidly that I can't sparse the number of planets he successfully conquered. What I do understand is that his number is over 9 zeros long and still rapidly increasing. Is that going up? But you're here with us. Of course it is. I've taught them very well. He laughs in a friendly way, but I can't shake the feeling that I haven't adequately assessed his character. I'd assume Egan stumbled into success, but based on what I'm hearing, he's competent. Part of me wonders if his friendliness, or at least his facade of it, has played an invaluable part in his success as a planet conqueror. He changes the screen with a tap. His image at the top gleams and sparkles, while everyone below him is grayed out. My family may be competing, but they first need a fraction of the skills I have to be considered a rival. Now I know another reason why I hate him. How can he be this empty-headed heathen be winning by such a margin? If my feet couldn't do anything without me, then I'd have to destroy them. Nabo, why are you worried about Egan exactly? He shrugs. Hares and turtles, he's not our ruler yet. The nameplate beneath Egan's amazing score reads, Griffax. They have a modest 5 planets. That's all? Just 5? Yes, Griffey secured those 5 planets after 30 years of bandling a platoon I was training. Oh, her squad was such fine practice for mine that I withdrew on the 31st year. Is that the only reason she has those planets? Yes, it wouldn't do to crush her spirit. She's still growing. Dare I ask what comes after her growth? How thoroughly is he planning to crush her when she comes of age? Wait, how old is Griffax? Egan talks about her like she's a child, although they fought for 30 years. I don't know what face I made, but Andel's glaring. See? He's creepy. His ability to delegate is uncanny. Everyone has their place. All I've done is assign them according to their own ambition. Creepy overgrown algae. Lynn taps my shoulder and points at my ear. I lean over. What is this? You should reconsider marrying Egan. Go to the courthouse today. You can't waste any more time. What's your advice? That's your advice after what you just heard. Think about this. Even if you only get half of those plans when you split up, we are not space travelers. Not with that attitude. I'll launch you into space if you keep it up. I believe that concludes introductions on my side, Lynn. Would you kindly introduce yourself to my companions? I'd love to, but there's not much to say. My name's Lynn Reeves, age 28. I started I started a degree in broadcasting, swapped to computer science, and dropped out for personal reasons. Neri is my sister. We've lived together since she was old enough to leave home, and I tagged along. She works incredibly hard, so I try to make her life easier where I can. Yeah. A noble endeavor. Lynn, do you really feel like that? No further comments. I hope all of you will treat my sister well. It would be my honor to do so. Thanks, brother-in-law. Lynn, if we're done playing house, I'm heading back to the ship. I'll join you after I finish these dishes. Adele crosses to the sink and begins washing our dishes. It's quite something what the fabled slipper can do to someone who's never felt it before. Now, can I join you? I really want to see the ship. You may, but if you attempt to film it, or our electromagnetic field will reduce your cellular device to ashes. Wowie, that's a security measure. I promise not to film, so please let me tag along. Follow me if you want, but I won't be responsible for sending you home. That's okay, since my home is below yours. Bye, sis. I glanced at the clock following their departure. It's already 1 p.m. Where did the time go? What are today's plans? It's already so late that we'll have to keep it simple. Since we walked around yesterday, let's stay in today. While your boat is beautiful, there's limited room here for competitions. Must we compete today? I figure we could relax. Competitions are integral to my people. If need be, I could make that my victor's demand. I have 4 of those banked with you after yesterday. That number may be higher. We don't have the results of yesterday's cook-off. I place my hand over Egan's as he pauses. Don't think about that. While I understand duels are important to you, not dueling every day is important to me. Our competitions yesterday were my attempt at understanding you. Could you do the same for me today? He seems nervous, but after meeting my gaze for a moment, he nods. He flips his palm over, gently squeezes my hand, and then releases it. I'm uncertain what relaxing entails, but I shall try. I promise it'll be as fun as dueling. I'm wary. Following yesterday's forgetfulness, I'm certain I should avoid this relaxing activity. But I want to relax with you. We did that on the sofa yesterday, didn't we? We did, but I wanted to work this time, so try not to think about me. I will fail. You can try again as many times as you like. I do not wish to try that, so I'll accept my defeat in advance. Do you want to think about me that much? He blushes, yet holds my gaze. If the answer is not apparent, then yes, I do. I mean it when I shared that I'm enthralled by you. My face heats up. I can't look away from him. Have you ever heard of moderation? I don't know what to say when you're so honest. Am I troubling you? No. Yes, well, kinda. But also no. I have conflicting feelings about all the flattery. But I'm sincere. Is there a specific way you'd like me to prove that to you? Perhaps it's indelicate, but please tell me what you like. My hope is that I'll grow closer to you if I show you that first. Well, I like that he's honest, and that, despite this crazy situation, I feel at ease around him. But in the same vein, how can he like me so much when he hasn't seen many of my bad sides? You haven't seen any of the bad parts of my personality. Then I invite you to show them to me. I've been exceptionally clumsy around you, although I've never considered myself such. It's not something I can show you on command. He inclines his head. Then it's my honor to get to know you today as well. Who says it like that? Who says it like that, you dork? As you laugh, I'll take that to mean you find me endearing instead of contemptibly socially inept. Humor is good. Observed. I feel like I'm being studied. Observed. He looks incredibly bemused after I mimic him. The longer I stare at Egan, the more I... Ahem, I shall be on my way. Right, he was doing the dishes. I completely forgot, and Dell was here. Egan must have too. No need to announce your departure. As a guest, it's impolite to leave without informing one's host. Good day, Neri. I shall see you at this evening's evaluation. Now that the mood's returned to normal, I should get down to what we're doing. Since there are no duels, I need to do whatever I can to ensure we have another good day. Regarding the cook-off yesterday, Lynn posted everything on the internet. So it'll take some time for them to decide. Shall we check what the current tally is? And see all the discourse? Nah, let's wait for the final result. Discourse, as in social familiarity? No, that definition is obsolete here. Today, people use it for discussion online, typically ones that get out of hand. Or, that doesn't quite work as a definition either. Why am I wasting precious time trying to explain the internet to an alien? Regardless of the definition, it's something you want to stay out of. Observe. Observed. How shall we do this? Relaxing today. What do you usually do? Of the things I do to relax, there are only a few that come to mind that are fun to do with another person. Usually I just watch something, listen to music, suggest something else. Alright. We are gonna save it here. I am gonna go eat dinner. But the game is free and it's on Steam. So you can also try to date your colonizing prince running for princeship alien if you wish to. Shorter stream today. I'm gonna go eat. I have a bit of a headache, but I enjoyed my time. I might stream this again and finish a run of it. Probably not tomorrow, because tomorrow I do have the other game scheduled, but maybe after that. So we can do that. We can do this. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chilling. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the last day of the event. Bye.